Grazie Alessio. Mi ha dato il via come in televisione. Spero di essere all'altezza. Allora, buongiorno a tutti, io sono Anna Roselli, sono il direttore del Museo di Storia Naturale del Mediterraneo della provincia di Livorno. Vi porto i saluti del nostro presidente, Maria Ida Bessi, che essendo il sindaco dell'isola di Capraia non può essere molto spesso con noi e quindi mi ha delegato a portare i saluti e il buon lavoro a questa conferenza finale. Progetto OpenEYE. Siamo partiti da lontano, siamo partiti in tanti e quindi io do il benvenuto ai partner, al capofila Norvegia e ai partner Grecia e Slovenia che sono oggi qui con noi, ci onorano della presenza, ci onorano finalmente della presenza. Abbiamo vissuto tutti insieme periodi terribili, di lontananza, di difficoltà di comunicazione. Nonostante questo, il progetto OpenEYE oggi arriva alle sue battute finali. Io spero che queste giornate che abbiamo organizzato qui su Livorno siano per voi piacevoli, ma anche una conclusione del progetto che ha visto operare su temi molto particolari e di grande importanza in questi nostri difficili tempi. Ci siamo dedicati ai bambini. Il nostro museo storicamente, oramai da oltre 20 anni, lavora e ha una missione particolare dedicata proprio ai bambini, non solo ai bambini un po' più grandi, ai ragazzi, agli studenti. Il nostro pubblico preferito e verso il quale vengono promossi i nostri sforzi e varati i nostri progetti sono proprio i ragazzi e il mondo della scuola. Io spero che il progetto lasci un segno, lasci una strada, lasci un percorso che potrà essere, speriamo, utilizzato anche in futuro e che mira proprio a sfruttare i patrimoni culturali tutti, i musei di storia naturale, i musei d'arte, la musica, tutte le espressioni della cultura, la nostra storia culturale, le nostre storie culturali, per riuscire a rendere questo mondo veramente un mondo di integrazione, un mondo migliore e che questi bambini riescano a crescere con la certezza che conoscersi porta solo e soltanto miglioramento della qualità della vita. Devono credere in questo. Noi come museo siamo da sempre qui per questo, cercando di aprire le nostre porte e far capire che imparare e conoscere è una parte importante della vita e della crescita di tutti. Non mi dilungo oltre, sono veramente molto contenta che tutti voi siate qua, avrete modo di vedere le nostre sale espositive, il lavoro fatto in questi anni nel nostro museo. Devo però assolutamente ringraziare i nostri operatori che con voi hanno lavorato per portare avanti il progetto OpenEYE. Un particolare ringraziamento al dottor Marco Leone, che tutti voi conoscete, che è stato, diciamo, la guida di tutto il nostro staff scientifico che ha operato poi per il progetto OpenEYE in questi lunghi anni. Quindi auguro a tutti un buon lavoro. Vi lascio, io sono nel museo, ma purtroppo non potrò seguire direttamente perché ci sono molte altre cose, ma vi lascio senz'altro in buone mani al nostro Marco Leone, che non vedo in questo momento, quindi non vi posso lasciare, eccolo laggiù, era nascosto, e do la parola al nostro capofila, Norvegia, che credo aprirà i lavori di questi 3 giorni di lavori. Grazie a tutti.
Buongiorno, thank you, Anna. We were a bit late in the beginning, so I thought maybe the whole thing would be delayed, but we are on time now. I don't know, the presentation is on. Yeah. Right. So the first presentation is by us with the title Integrating Migrant Children in Education, where we'll be telling a little bit about what the whole project, the OpenEYE project, is about. So do you have the,
Yeah. So our background is we both work in teacher education in the University of Southeastern Norway with all age groups, basically, both with English as our main subject. In the past few years, we've done quite a bit of work together on especially multilingualism, how teachers deal with the fact that more and more classrooms are highly diverse in terms of students' cultural backgrounds and the languages they speak. How should that affect the way they teach?
Yeah, so you're Christian and I'm Tony, just to know who we are. Yeah, and those are the topics that we work with usually, relevant for the project. And there we where's the president? Yeah.
Good. So maybe a few words to start with on the OpenEYE project. What has the project been about? Started in 2019. The idea of the OpenEYE project is to create resources, practical resources for teachers and educators more broadly, also, for example, in museums like this, for working with newly arrived or migrant children in a specific age group, primary school or age 6 to 12. So the aims have been first to chart the needs of teachers in all 4 partner countries. We've done that through a survey of teachers, school leaders, and museum educators, different stakeholders. You'll hear more about the different stages of the project later. And so the final output has been a toolkit of almost 50 activities that sort of concentrate on art-based approaches, culture-based approaches for working with children who don't necessarily speak the language of instruction in the different countries. So activities that foster social integration and also language development.
So the key pedagogical principles of the project are as follows. As has been mentioned, culture and art-based approaches have been used to work with languages and intercultural topics. Curiosity about cultures, language development, developing intercultural competence, multilingual teaching and learning, student-centered approaches, and inclusive education. So these have been used as a red thread in all the activities and methods that we have developed and tried out in various settings in these 4 countries. So maybe some of you know action research or action learning from before, not so uncommon way of working in schools. Action learning in schools is usually used for development work. As you can see, these learning cycles. Can I please have the laser? Thank you. So, oops. There you see plan for new activities, when you start planning what you're going to do, what is the activity, what is the method that the teachers or educators in general are going to do. And then you try out the method or activity, here called action. And then you observe and describe what you're doing. Either when you're a teacher alone in a classroom, you try to write log, for example, you try to reflect on that on your own. If you have a colleague observing you, that's even better. So you can observe from be observed in the activity and the method that is carried out. You always try to link this, relate it to theory. So that is also something we have been very aware of in this project, that things we do are research-based, theory-based. And you analyze and reflect on the activity, what you have done, how did it go, by evaluating and reporting. So you can evaluate orally or in written form to colleagues, to the leadership, or for just yourself. And then you plan new activity. You go to the next learning cycle. You probably will then adjust your way of doing things and do it in a somewhat different way or totally different way if it didn't work so well. So these are the learning cycles that are usually used for development work in a project like this.
Yeah, and the different stages of the OpenEYE project sort of reflect this action research model quite well, I think. So first of all, we had this needs survey of teachers and educators, and then one part of the project was a training event, which was held exactly a year ago in Slovenia, Ljubljana, and in Litija. And here, this picture is taken from a workshop we did in a mine in Litija. And in this activity, we used kind of clay and drew with our hands something inspired by the local environment. So that's an approach called location-based learning. Yeah. I think one of the very inspiring things about this project has been that we've been sort of pushed to try out creative methods that we are not usually that used to working with in our disciplines, perhaps. So that's been very exciting. I think my impression in Norway, I'm not sure how it is here in Italy or in the other countries, is that in schools and in universities, educators still think very much in terms of different disciplines, different boxes, right? You have English, you have music, you have art, and they have separate rooms, separate teachers often, and there's little interconnection often, right? And I think that's been very exciting about this project, this focus on interdisciplinary work. So we've been pushed outside of our comfort zone, I think, quite a few times. And here you see a picture of us looking more or less embarrassed about our artistic
Demetrius looks very satisfied with his painting. I'm not on the picture.
Here, two more pictures from that training event. So what we did throughout those 4 days was to visit different stakeholders as well. The picture on the right is from the National Gallery, I think, in Ljubljana. And there we met some very sort of engaging museum pedagogues or educators who showed us how they work with very young children to try to make the artworks come alive in those galleries, and also the biographies of the painters. So that's the picture on the right side, and on the left side from a workshop in Litija, held by the Museum of Greek Children's Art. An activity focusing on inclusion and diversity, valuing diversity. Anything more you want to say?
No, I just wanted to say something we forgot to say in the very beginning, and that is, please do write any questions or comments that you have while we are presenting. So at the end, there will be some time for you to ask or comment at the end of the presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of action research, I think this training event was very helpful. We tried out many of the activities in our final toolkit. We discussed them, made adjustments before the piloting process. So the toolkit is sort of evolved over time through testing and discussing and sort of assessment analysis. Yeah, maybe a few words of, about art-based approaches. Why have we sort of decided to use that as an overarching principle for these activities? One basic idea is that art can help children who don't necessarily have highly developed language skills in the language of instruction to express themselves, right? So in that way, visualizing through drawing, but also other methods through drama and other culture-based approaches can sort of support language development in a very effective way. And some art-based approaches are very well known from before, also in foreign language teaching. For example, this one called language portraits. Here, the idea is that students get an outline of a human body and they color it in based on what the different languages they know mean to them. And then they can add some text as well to explain if they want. So it's a very useful tool for reflecting on the relationship between languages and identity. So for example, here on the left side, you see a student who's filled out the upper body with blue, standing for Norwegian, and the lower part of the body for Arabic, and the heart is English. And you know, I don't know the specific sort of background for this, but it would be a very good starting point for talking about what languages mean for that student. And another example here on the right side, which it shows how multilingual many of our students nowadays are, right? They might have fluency in 2 or 3 languages, and in addition to that, sort of bits of knowledge of many other languages beyond that, especially for migrant students, right, who have, for example, come to Norway from Syria or other countries via Germany, via Italy, via another country, and have picked up different language skills along the way. So here on the right side, we read that the student has some knowledge in Arabic, that's the heart. Norwegian is the yellow hand. The head says, Kurdish. And then the pink bit is French, I think. And then you have the green leg is Russian. The black leg is English. And the lilac one?
Albanian?
Yeah, we can speculate. In any case, really a picture of huge sort of language diversity.
So the thing is, when I meet teachers on various courses or development projects on multilingualism, and you ask them how many here consider themselves as being multilingual, nobody raises their hand before we start the session. They think that they only know Norwegian and English, and that they are therefore not multilingual. After talking about multilingualism, showing them these things, we talk about students knowing so many languages. Doesn't have to be that you know the language fluently, but you know parts of the language, you know expressions, words and expressions in different languages, as is the case here. This student probably knows 2, 3 maybe 4 languages quite fluently, and then other ones to some extent. So after talking about these things with teachers, you see that at the end of the course, you ask the teachers, how many now consider themselves multilingual? Everybody raises their hand. So basically everyone here in this room are multilingual because you know at least 2 or 3 languages, right? To some extent. So demystifying that is important when working with students too, so that they know that it's the most common thing to know some languages. It's nothing special.
I think that's a good word to use, demystifying. One thing that we've experienced when visiting the different countries is that there are obviously different minority language groups that sort of are more dominant, and that there are very different sort of attitudes towards different minority groups. So, for example, piloting experiences in Greece highlighted the fact that many children from Albanian backgrounds are very reluctant, right, to use Albanian. They would rather hide that part of their identity away. And I think that's a very typical issue. And it sort of shows the importance of, well, working on positive attitudes towards all languages, right? The fact that all languages are of equal value in terms of for the identity of an individual. From a linguistic point of view as well, every language obviously is equally valuable. So this would be another well-established type of activity developed by a person called Jim Cummins and colleagues of him in the 1990s. Jim Cummins is one of the sort of key figures in sort of language acquisition, and sort of a person who created that shift of thinking away from the view that languages are sort of separate containers in our brain to the view that languages are interconnected, and when we learn a new language, making those connections to other languages we know is a very useful thing to do. So identity texts also combine art and multilingual texts. Basically, it's a very sort of open type of activity where students write very short texts about subjects close to their experience. So in this case, we see text by 2 students who've written about their home city or hometown. And basically they write parallel texts in all languages they know. And that's encourages them to look for similarities, differences in this between these languages too. So basically 2 principles of a multilingual approach is first, work on attitudes, positive attitudes, so that students dare to showcase their language skills, and secondly, actually encourage them to use all of their language skills in language learning.
Yeah, obviously this was during the pandemic. Drawing cultural values, so from more linguistic aspects toward the more intercultural or cultural aspects. In this activity, you ask students to individually think about what are the most important, according to them, values in their society, in their community that they live in. When you ask this to Norwegians, usually, for example, they would come up with freedom, democracy, freedom of speech, equity, equality. These are very common values that usually come up. But you never know with children what they would write. And then after doing that individually, they write down 3 of the most common, most important values they think are in their society or community. You ask them to sit in groups of 3 to 4 and share their notes, their values with the other students. so everybody sees what the other ones have written on their sheet of paper. And then you ask the groups to choose one of all the values that have come up in the group as the most important for their community or society. One of them. For example, equity. You see Christian holding up, I think that's equity, isn't it?
Yeah, equality, I suppose.
Equality. Yeah. Those are different concepts, but yeah. Equality in this case. You see Norwegian flag, and you see a drawing supposed to illustrate equality. So the task is then, after they have agreed on a value, and you see when they want to agree on one value in each group, they may have very interesting discussions, disagreements, which value they should choose. And that's part of the activity. That's a very good discussion to have. When they have done that, you ask them to draw the value on a big sheet of paper like this, to illustrate the value by drawing. And this is, back to what Christian said, when you use drawing as a method of expression, then all kinds of children can express themselves, not only the ones that are verbally good at expressing themselves. Anastasia, I don't know what value was that you're holding up there? You remember? You don't remember? No. There are 4 people with bubbles on above their heads with, yeah. I was thinking last night, what was that value? I didn't figure out that either, but we did know when we were there. Do you remember, Yasmina? Yours?
Care for nature.
Nature, yeah.
Use the microphone, please.
Use the microphone.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, so this is the care for nature. I think I remember this because we have these bins for recycling, and then the beautiful tree and the river, fresh water. So, and our most famous mountain, the highest mountain in Slovenia, is also drawn. So I think it's the love for the nature, probably exposed.
Yes. And Marco?
I think that was a school, and it was education.
Education, right. Athanasia, freedom of thinking, yeah?
Yes, actually, yeah, it's freedom to express your own views, your own opinion.
Yeah. And the idea is then, after they have drawn these values on big sheets of paper, they're standing like we did on the picture. Can we get back to the presentation? Yeah. They stand like this, and the other groups try to guess. That's the whole idea. The other ones try to guess what are the values. It's quite fun to do with children. Yeah, let's move on.
Good. So we'll talk a little bit about what we mean by multilingualism, some research perspectives from Norway, but also other countries, and then a little bit about intercultural competence as well. These are sort of buzzwords or very hot topics in education, at least in Norway at the moment. But our experience is that many educators don't really know what they mean. Yeah, so in terms of multilingualism, the theoretical idea is that it's beneficial for students to use their so-called language repertoire actively in all subjects. For example, a teacher who works with newly arrived students teaching English should not only draw on Norwegian and English, should also encourage students to translate words, for example, into the languages they know, their mother tongues, even if the teacher doesn't know those languages, right? So here we see, based on our own research, we have carried out several studies where we've interviewed teachers and also observed classes. And so one very common finding is that educators tend to have a very positive view towards multilingualism, right? Saying that, of course, knowing several languages, having diverse language skills is very beneficial for the students in a sort of lifelong perspective. But in practice, they're often very sort of skeptical about drawing on those languages in school context. So that's what we mean here by theory versus practice, right? Positive attitudes, but doesn't really show in the classroom at all. And some schools in Norway go to very sort of radical steps to limit students' use of their mother tongues other than Norwegian, right? With policies, Norwegian-only policies, for example, that still happens sometime. And that goes sort of radically against this idea of encouraging students to use their first languages.
The thing is also that language has to do with identity. So refusing someone's language would be basically refusing that person's identity. So that's why it's also so important to include the languages students bring with them to school from home, so that they feel that they're appreciated and what they have is valuable. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And so one statement we often hear from teachers who work with newly arrived students is that students have to learn Norwegian before they can learn anything else, for example, English. And that definitely goes against that, language learning theory that Competence and others have sort of argued for.
But the intention is good, you know. They want the students to learn Norwegian quickly. I guess the same happens here, right? They want students to learn Italian quickly, so they would go for Italian only, for example. But then, well, the students will not connect the new words and expressions in Italian to the languages they know if they are not activated and encouraged to do so. So they will learn language slowly, more slowly than they would if they were able to connect to other languages they know.
And I mean, it's not surprising that many teachers don't see how this is relevant to their classrooms. There's been very little focus on multilingualism in teacher education. Teachers who work with newly arrived students often say that they have no specific competence or education to deal with the complications that are typical for those kinds of student groups. So there definitely needs to be more of attention to this also in teacher education going forward. And another thing that turns up again and again in surveys of teachers is that they lack resources, right? If you look at Norwegian textbooks for English or for Norwegian, there's hardly anything in there about asking students to think across different languages, right? It's very much monolingual, or sometimes compare words between English and Norwegian or phrases, but nothing beyond that. So there's a lack of resources, which we hope through the toolkit we've developed, we can sort of help fill that gap a little bit. Some words about the research we've done.
Yeah, the first reference here is to a study where we looked at English instruction in introductory classes. Introductory classes in Norway are specifically for newly arrived students. So they will be in introductory classes for 1 or maximum, some of them up to 2 years, but usually after the first year, then they attend mainstream classes, the classes that all the other students attend. So we went to these introductory classes where you only have migrant students and looked at how English is taught. English is obviously a second language in Norway. And for these students, it would be a third language, right? Since they know, since Norwegian will be a second language for them. None of the students know Norwegian when they arrive. So that is what they have in common. But the thing is that some of them know quite a lot of English from before. For example, coming from Pakistan or India. In India, English is very common. It's a second language and you find it everywhere. And they start learning English very early in school, for example, in India. So depending on where they came from and what kind of school background they have very different competencies in English. But they're put in the same class when they're learning English in Norway. So that was a tricky thing. We were quite skeptical toward that. That is, teaching English to these students as if they were at the same level, since they're at so different levels. Not only that, also different ages. In the same class, there were students from 12 to 17 years old. Whereas in all the other classes in Norway, the mainstream classes, you always have one year, one class, right? 15-year-olds, same class, 16-year-olds, same class. So that was also a challenge that we saw that teachers met. So the lack of resources, lack of competency the teachers felt, but also all this diversity among the students. So we questioned why these students are put in the same class when learning English. But when learning Norwegian, obviously, it's very valuable and useful to put them in the same class because none of them know Norwegian from before. And we also interviewed students in this project. In the first study, we also interviewed students. Some of the students said that they helped each other in the classroom, which we also saw when we observed classroom practices. There was, I remember specifically, one coming from Pakistan and the other one from India. And in Pakistan and India, they speak the same language. Or orally, it's the same language. Written-wise, it's totally different, 100% different. So they could help each other more than the teacher could help them. That was very interesting. Another thing we saw in the classroom was the use of Google Translate. I guess you use that here too. Or rather the misuse of Google Translate. We saw that students tried to use Google Translate to understand English, but then we saw very different translations of the words and expressions they looked for, which is not maybe to recommend the use of. We would rather recommend using dictionaries rather than Google Translate. Yeah, what else was very interesting from this study to mention? Was it okay?
Yeah, I think you've summed it up.
Yeah. The next study, the second reference here, we moved on to not looking only at classes where students are migrant students, but also schools. In Norway, I don't know about Italy, but in Norway, there are schools that are specifically dedicated to newly arrived students. So the whole school is only for newly arrived students. So in the second study, we went to one of these schools, and there we interviewed the teachers and observed classroom practice. So what we saw there, also we surveyed all the teachers at the school. We saw that the competence level of the teachers is quite high. At this school, the leadership had focused a lot on increasing the teachers' competency in diversity, multilingualism, second language acquisition, intercultural education. So they knew a lot about the things that we talk about in OpenEYE. So in that sense, that differed from the other kind of school we had been to. But on the other hand, when we saw practices, we saw pretty much the same types of practices that we had seen in the introductory classes at mainstream school, which was the first one. It is that the practices are not necessarily connected so much to the theory that they talk about in the interviews. So in the interviews, we saw a high level of conscience, when it comes to multilingualism, intercultural competence, etc. But in practice, in the classroom, we didn't quite much see that.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the main critiques we have against this way of organizing migrant education is the practice of separating them, right? If the aim is to integrate them into Norwegian society, then separating them physically from other Norwegian students seems a bit contradictory, doesn't it? So in this introductory school, students had no opportunities to meet other students from Norway.
Do you have anything similar in Italy, Marco? Do you know? Use the microphone, please.
No, normally they try to mix newly arrived with Italian pupils. Of course, there are some specific schools that, because of their history, because of their organization, they tend to receive more high percentage of new arrival students. But normally the criteria is try to divide them. Let's say if they have like 20 new arrival students, they put them like 3 in a class, 3 in another class. So the idea is to mix. That's the main opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, they have in Norway, there have been written doctoral theses that have been done, conducted studies on this, and people actually warn against separating them in different classes, as is quite common in Norway. So it's a paradox. This is not a study, but it was a book that we wrote. Delia also, who sits here, has contributed. Why we want to show it is because half of the book is theoretical, but the second half is very practical. And teachers, when we meet teachers, they often ask for methods, activities. So the second half of the book, we have many activities on intercultural competence and multilingualism, very similar to things that we do in OpenEYE. So there are things that are research-based, theory-based. There is an introduction with why the activity is important, referring to theory and classroom research. And then there are actually stepwise descriptions of what teachers can do in the classroom, how to carry out the activity. Very detailed descriptions of how to do things, how much time it takes, what do you do, what do you need when it comes to resources. Teachers that have used them have found it quite useful in the classroom. Yeah.
Yeah. This was for all school levels, right?
These are for all school
Primary to
levels, from 6-year-old students up until 16, 17-year-old students. Yeah.
Okay, and the other buzzword we wanted to briefly talk about is intercultural competence, which is in the new Norwegian curriculum, was published only 2 years ago, 2020, has sort of a strong position, and it's defined as, for the subject English, that subject should contribute to develop the students' understanding that their worldview is dependent on their cultural standpoint. And this can facilitate new ways of interpreting the world, contribute to spark curiosity, so the English subject, and engagement, and help to counteract prejudices. So intercultural competence is not only about, so it's not really about learning about different countries, right? In English, learning about Britain and the US, which have been the sort of traditional, very traditional parts of the subject, but learning about how different social ways of organization, how different worldviews characterize different cultures.
So another study that we carried out within this context, diversity, intercultural competence, was this one. These are the, I hope they're available for the participants later, because then they can just click on the link. And this is open access, so anybody can access and read it. In this case, the Norwegian government, the Norwegian Ministry of Education, they wanted all schools in Norway to work specifically with diversity. So they launched a program in all regions of Norway where the schools were supposed to work together with universities, developing diversity competence among teachers and in kindergartens. So in this case, we analyzed the documents that were used for the program, and also interviewed teachers, and had a questionnaire also among a larger sample of teachers to see how the concept of diversity is among teachers versus in the documents and what the government says. And what was interesting in this study is that in the white papers and what the government actually expresses. Diversity is conceived as being the others in a way. So it's not us, it's the others. It's difficult to understand what they actually mean by diversity. Who is diverse? Everybody is diverse in some way. But it does address children, migrant children specifically. So in a way, the way we do it in OpenEYE, but they don't say it explicitly. Whereas when you talk to teachers, they have a conception of diversity including everyone. So all students and all teachers are diverse, they would say. So there we found an interesting discrepancy in what documents say and what the teachers' beliefs are. In the second study here, the reference here, we also had a survey study among teachers, but also teacher educators like us, the people who work in teacher education, and teachers, to see what their conceptions are of diversity in education. In this case, it was interesting to see a difference between how teacher educators understand diversity and how teachers in schools understand diversity. The way we understand diversity is more abstract and difficult to pinpoint what it actually means, whereas teachers usually define diversity as the other students, not us, but the others. But there was also a critical aspect toward teacher educators here, because we did not mention the national minorities in Norway as being part of any diversity. National minorities, there are 5 national minorities in Norway, among others, the Sami people, maybe you have heard about those, the indigenous people in Norway, and 4 other ones, Romani, Roma, Kven, yeah,
Jewish minority.
Jewish, yeah. So there are 5 accepted, legitimized minorities that have specific rights as a national minority in Norway. But nobody mentions those minorities. When we discuss minorities, they always discuss people from 3rd countries. Yeah. And in this one, this study was based on one teacher interview, in-depth teacher interview, a kind of life narrative. That's a technique used in this type of research, where you want to understand how one teacher's whole background, her education, her upbringing, her life outside of school influences her teaching. So we interviewed a Turkish Norwegian teacher, a teacher in Norway who came to Norway with her parents when she was 5 years old. So she has grown up in Norway, but she has Turkish roots. How her language background, cultural background, home life in general influences or doesn't influence her teaching in the classrooms. She's a language, among others, a language teacher. So interestingly, she mentioned being a minority language teacher actually makes her feel that she has a special responsibility to reach out to the minority students. That was very interesting. She felt that she had an special responsibility to reach out to certain students, the minority students. And she also felt that her colleagues at the school didn't actually want minority students in their classroom, because they would be so challenging to deal with them language-wise and culture-wise. So she was quite frustrated about that. This is something that we know too little about how minority language teachers' life in general, language background, home, etc., influence their teaching. So there's more research needs to be done in this case. As far as we know, this is the first one from a Norwegian context, but this has been done in many other countries, Japan, USA, etc. Yeah.
And another sort of one feature of teacher education one could mention is that the teacher students still don't reflect the diversity that you have in the student groups. So diversifying teacher education as well would be an important objective. Do you want to talk a little bit about
Yeah,
competence for
the
diversity?
first reference here is the European Union report. It's getting a bit old now, but still, we haven't seen anything come up since then on this topic. This one is online. If you Google the title, you will find the whole PDF report. What they say here is that, yeah, among other things, what we have talked about, they warn against separating students, newly arrived students, in separate classes and schools because of the social and intercultural aspect. They want them to integrate in the mainstream classrooms. So as I understand, that's what you do in Italy, which is great. That's not what we do in Norway, obviously. Anything else you want to say about the report?
Yeah, it also points to the very common tendency across European countries to deny students the use of their mother tongues in a school area. So that's a pretty common feature.
Yeah, and the second reference here is the project I mentioned just recently, where the government said all the regions, all the schools in Norway are supposed to work with diversity in these years, 2013 to 2018, 5 years. So this was very much prioritized in Norway. So what we did in practice was going out to kindergartens and schools and ask them, what do you want to work with when it comes to diversity? You can choose, as long as it has to do with diversity, right? It could be parenting, parent-school relationships. It could be language, multilingualism. It could be intercultural competence, whatever. And so having the topics come up from the teachers, I think has been a successful factor here, to ask them what do they want to work with when it comes to diversity, and then use that, use the things they come up with and work with it over time, at least 2, 3, 4, 5 years. What we usually do in schools is working with one topic in 1 year, and then we move on to the next topic. This year we work with reading, the next year we will work with multilingualism, then we work with that. That doesn't work so well. You need to work with things over time. That's what was good with this, was running over 5 years. We are at the end of our presentation, and we have titled the last slide, as you see, looking back and forward. And this is the link we wanted to show you, but I'm not sure whether it works here or not. Maybe not. But you can write down the link. This is the link to the OpenEYE project homepage, where you can find the reports and activities, methods, and everything. So looking back at this project, Christian, we discussed this last night, we feel that looking back at OpenEYE, what has been great, what has really worked well, we think is the international part of the project, of course, being 4 different countries represented here physically. Culturally, language-wise, all the challenges and also benefits being part of such an international group has really been great. We have learned a lot from that. Also, that we have been the only university in this project. Usually in bigger projects we have been involved in, we have only worked with like-minded people. Whereas here, we have very different kinds of work groups, museum, teachers in primary school, consultants, etc. So it has been really valuable in that sense too, that we are so different when it comes to what we are working with.
Yeah, for me too, the interdisciplinary aspect of it that I talked about earlier has been very sort of refreshing and instructive. I think we have a lot to learn from each other. And as I said before, I think we don't do this enough. At least speaking for myself and us at university, think outside our sort of subject boxes. So I hope this can be a basis for also future partnerships of a similar kind. It's been a very good experience.
And when it comes to the products that we have made, the reports, the activities, methods, I think that's a very good thing, that there are things that are online that people can find and they can use if they find it useful. So looking forward, that brings us to that part. We think
the handbook will be finalized over the next few weeks with all the activities, and will be published online on our websites. But obviously the dissemination effort continues. There will be national workshops in all 4 countries, and we definitely hope to reach a bigger audience over time.
Yeah, that is the challenge of any kind of project. When you have done something, you have produced something, to disseminate it, to want people to see that this is relevant, that they want to use it. What is good in this project is that it has been tried out in practice in several contexts already. But disseminating to larger samples, to more classrooms and museums and libraries and people working with migrant children is looking forward. Yeah. Thank you for listening. And we have around 5 minutes for any questions or comments you may have. And we can use this microphone. Any questions or comments at this phase? If not, yeah, sure, good.
Okay, I hope my English is good enough. So I want to ask why your title was Integrating Migrant Children. So if it was a choice not to say including, so not to use the inclusion, because you talk also a lot about changing, not focusing only on the subject, but on the context. So changing the context so that every child, not only migrants, but every child that has some differences can go to school and be happy and learn. And that I think is inclusion more than having special education for children to integrate and to go to a normal path that the other are following. And yes, for example, if you have another language and you don't speak it, also because if you go out, maybe it's not just you're speaking French, you're speaking Albanian or a language that is considered in some way in the society, so you're discriminated outside school, but also sometimes inside school, because you go to the exam and then you have to do Norwegian grammar or Italian grammar good. So yeah, maybe you are richer in your experience and your languages and you can learn faster, but actually when you go to the exam and evaluation, if it's not changed, then you want just to learn Norwegian or Italian, and and also the teacher maybe think, okay, I have to bring this student to the normal path. So I'm not changing the path, I'm changing the person. I don't know if I am.
Yeah, definitely. Let's start commenting. Thanks for the comment. And this is actually, we did discuss the word inclusiveness and integrating. And the word inclusive education is used as one of the key pedagogical principles. Yes, so definitely. And they could have been used interchangeably. Some people do that. You could as well have said inclusive, including migrant children instead of integrating, definitely. When it comes to the roots of the terms, you know, people have different associations to different terms, different understandings. Integration comes from the social anthropological field, where it means that, you know, when you integrate, you do keep some of your identity, your home language, your identity, your cultural values, music, food, whatever. You keep those practices and rituals and beliefs. At the same time, you take on the new Italian language, Italian way of living. You do both. That would be integration, like if you think social anthropologically. Whereas the opposite would be assimilation, you know, where you totally have to become Italian. I guess your new government would like that. totally 100% Italian. You leave everything you have, no home language or whatever. So that's why we use the integrating here. So the concept is that you bring your languages, your identity from home at the same time as you become Norwegian. But definitely, including in Norwegian context, many use including interchangeably as integrating. Yes, good comment. Yeah.
I think that's a very interesting distinction and something we discussed earlier on in the project as well. I think the political view of sort of when it comes to integration is often that the foreign students have to adapt to become more like or find their place in Norwegian society. But we've been very conscious about the fact that it's a two-way process, or it concerns the students in the different countries, mainstream students, if we want to call it that, just as much as the students coming in, right? It's about developing curiosity, understanding, interest in all cultures present. So the toolkit is definitely not aimed only at students arriving from abroad. It's supposed to be valuable for multicultural classes, for mainstream students as much as students coming in.
Yeah. So no comments or questions. There is a break, right? And no break? Yes, there is 10 minutes. 11:20, we start up. What time is it now? Anyone else done? Perfect. So 9 minutes break, and please be precise. So we'll start at 11:20. Right, so we are starting, Demetrius. I think so. Where is everybody?
Black is here. It's okay. That's enough for me.
So we have the next presentation on the slide coming up, just to see the title. It's coming soon. There we go. OpenEYE Learning Needs Survey.
Okay. How do I change the? You don't.
It's back on the computer. It's on the podium, back on the computer.
Okay.
Shall I just jump in whenever?
Yes, if
you have the main control?
yeah. If you have the portable microphone. No. If you have a microphone.
Yeah.
I'm Greek. I don't care about this.
This one.
Okay. Shall we start then? With the next presentations.
We were 20 people. Now we are 6. Well, maybe we can just start.
Yes. Okay. So my name is Dimitris Milonas. I represent Prisma Center for Development Studies in Athens, Greece. Did the magic?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't mention Greece.
Never again.
Say Italy.
Never again. Okay.
Italiano.
No, say the country neighboring Italy on the east, south of Albania. Okay.
I think people are outside. We have a small technical break. That's good.
Just a moment, we had an interference on the radio mic, sorry.
That's okay. So you're presenting yourself, that's great. I don't need to. Yeah, it's ready.
Okay. We're ready now.
The need survey, we should say, was basically to find out what the needs of the educators are before we start doing anything.
Yes, this was actually the very first thing we started doing in 2019. Because we needed to find what the learning needs are for both the educators and the children themselves. This involved getting in touch with educators, getting in touch with parents of immigrant and refugee children. And I'm going to present to you what we did. First of all, we had to review the national framework for integrating children with an immigrant or refugee background in all our partner countries. That's Italy, Slovenia, Norway, and the country I will not mention again. So, yes, so you can find the specific findings in the report that is available online. Here, I will only present the main findings, the main things we should keep from this. First of all, we realized there's a different level of autonomy in schools in the different countries. So while in Italy and Slovenia, schools are free to develop their own way of working, organizing their own learning activities, and how they work with immigrant or refugee children. And in Norway, it is the municipality that selects the model to adopt. In Greece, schools follow a central strategy for integrating pupils, and that's presented by the central government, by the Ministry for Education. So on one hand, I said schools in Italy and Slovenia are free to develop their own way of working. They're autonomous. But maybe that's another word for they're left alone to do whatever they want without any guidance. Okay, so there are two ways to see this. Now, the competences in the language of the host country is in all countries the main criterion for integrating immigrant and refugee children to the mainstream education. And in all countries, we realize that there are organizations of the civil society or public educational or cultural institutions like museums, for example, that are active in this field and assist formal education with complementary language courses, help with homework, like in Norway, and psychosocial support. And their role is very important in actually trying to keep these children in school education. Now, I'd like to present to you the main findings from the online survey we conducted with educators. In total, as you can see, we had 255 respondents in all countries on this online survey. Their profile, well, most participants in all countries were teachers in formal primary education. And in Greece and Italy, we had the most participants from NGOs and cultural organizations. An interesting difference is that the participants from Norway work in classes with the majority of pupils with a migrant refugee background, while in the other countries, our participants working with a majority of migrant and refugee children was very low. So we asked these participants, these educators, about their experience in multicultural classes. We asked them whether they had initial training in how to manage a multicultural class. So the majority of participants in Slovenia, Italy, and Greece did not receive any initial training on this subject, while on the opposite, in Norway, the majority has had initial training. However, in all countries, the majority of participants stated they had little or no subsequent training on how to manage a multicultural class. Most educators from all countries agree that when you work with a multicultural class, it's required to adopt a different approach to the one used for a class of native-only pupils. When we asked them about what are the main problems they face in a multicultural class, they said that it's mainly the language difficulties of the pupils with a migrant or refugee background and the communication problems. When we talk about communication problems, we mean between the teacher and the children. We mean between the children themselves, the pupils, and of course, between the teacher, the school, and the parents. Regarding learning priorities, most educators said that developing teamwork skills and verbal and non-verbal communication skills is very important. And of course, acquiring competencies in the native language of the host country and getting safely introduced into the culture of the host country. We asked also how often the educators feel they need to adopt their way of work, their learning material, their methods when they work the multicultural class. The majority of Greek and Norwegian participants stated they have to adapt it often or very often, but this was not the case so much with the Slovenian and Italian participants. When we asked them about what are the main constraints in adapting your teaching material and methods, they said, of course, first of all, it's the lack of relevant learning methodologies, like Tony and Christian mentioned before. So educators don't possess a learning methodology that can guide them on how to adapt their training material, their learning material. There's no guidance or resources available. So this is one of the reasons we tried to develop the learning methodology in OpenEYE, as well as the learning activities. Interestingly, some mentioned also the lack of support from the educational system itself or from the school. And the lack of time. I mean, when the system is very strict, you don't have the time to adapt your learning methodologies. most participants stated that they do have experience in using cultural expressions. I realized that cultural expressions as a term was not used in Tony's and Christian's presentation before, but it's the term we used in all the project to describe different activities based on art and culture. Okay, so I'm going to present some of these later on in this presentation. The educators who said they don't have experience in using cultural expressions attributed this to either lack of knowledge of what cultural expressions are and how to integrate it in their learning environment, in their work, and also a lack of time and resources in their organization to use such methods. However, the vast majority of educators in all countries declared a very strong interest to find more about what cultural expressions are and how they can be relevant to their work. Then we followed on to ask all of them what kind of cultural expressions they have already used in the different countries. And here you see it could be interesting actually to see what participants from different countries replied. So for example, art, photography and design was used mostly by Greek and Italian educators. Music by Norwegian, Greek and Slovenians, theater only by Greek educators, storytelling by Slovenian and Italians, cultural heritage also by Slovenian and Italians, and interestingly, literature and films only by Norwegian educators, and not by educators in other countries. And there's obviously a reason behind this. So we asked them also, what do they think the potential is for using cultural expressions in their work with immigrant and refugee children? They replied, it's a big list. It used to be bigger, but we cut it down for the interest of time. Most of them said that immigrant or refugee pupils can benefit from developing their self-esteem, discover, no, 1 minute, no, impossible. So sorry, discovering cultural similarities, expressing difficult emotions through culture, through art, increase their feeling of happiness and well-being, because let's not forget, all these activities are meant also to be fun, to be something out of the ordinary of the everyday school program. It can also help them integrate in the school community and make learning a new language easier and more fun. This is also key, actually. We asked them about what the benefits could be also for the native pupils, because one of the main lines that we created, that we developed the methodology on, was that it could be used, first it would be flexible, and secondly, it would be used also with native pupils with mixed classes. So also the native pupils can benefit from developing their intercultural awareness, from connecting to their fellow pupils with an immigrant or refugee background on a deeper level, discovering cultural similarities, and increase their own motivation to engage in school activities. We also asked, however, whether cultural expressions can have negative impact. We had two interesting replies on this. First, and why the educators should be cautious when bringing cultural expressions in their class and be well prepared, is because, first of all, younger children usually tend to laugh at or make fun of cultural expressions in another culture, in another language. And this may prove to have negative impacts for children of an immigrant or refugee background. And there should be caution also on possible sensitive or taboo subjects like religion. Okay. So we also had focus groups. We held 6 focus groups with 50% participants in total. These focus groups addressed mainly parents of immigrant or refugee children. We asked them about integration problems of their children. Some of them, I think it was Tony earlier on who mentioned this. In Greece, we have many students in school education of Albanian origin are fully integrated. Most of them were born in Greece, so they started school from the beginning, from nursery school. However, they try to fit in, assimilate, not integrate, and they usually try to hide their Albanian origin. They don't speak Albanian at school. Most of them have Greek names. So this is one of the integration problems. Also, some parents told us that although the refugee children learn to read and write in the language of the host country, in fact, many times they don't know what is the actual meaning of words. So they learn the word, they learn how to write it, how to pronounce it, but they don't know actually the meaning. And this is where cultural expressions can really help. Also, we should keep in mind that many pupils have no school experience from their countries of origin. They haven't been to school before. Some pupils also may have illiterate parents. Some may have experienced traumas from their country of origin. And this should be taken also into account. This is another problem for integration. And last but not least, there were reports of xenophobic or racist behaviors, mainly by parents of native pupils in the school, also by native pupils themselves. Okay, and this does not make integration easy, or the work of educators or the school easy. We also asked them about the learning priorities of immigrant and refugee children in their school. In Greece, the learning priorities are very different from the ones in Slovenia, Italy, and Norway, because Greece is an entry country for most of the refugee and immigrants. It's not the country they want to settle. So in Greece, the learning priorities are actually dictated by the family's plans, whether to stay in Greece or to move to another EU country, mainly Germany, which is very popular, Sweden and Norway. So for them, it is not Greek that it's the main learning priority, it's English, because it's an international language. Also digital skills, because it's a skill set that's useful anywhere, no matter where they go. In Norway, the first priority is security, to make pupils feel safe and creating a good school environment, focusing on what they bring rather on what they lack. And in Slovenia and Italy, the top priority is actually developing competences in Slovenian and Italian, respectively. Regarding the potential, all parents, teachers, and stakeholders who took part in these focus groups saw a great potential in using cultural expressions. First, they said it could help the pupils get in touch with their home heritage and culture. Second, history and mythology, which are supposed to be the content of these cultural expressions, offer a great opportunity to share universal values, international values. And teachers believe that the parents will be very interested in actually taking part themselves in such a project. Now, on the role of parents and teachers, although most parents were very positive in taking part, by mainly helping introduce their children to elements of their own culture as immigrants and or refugees, some worry that their children may be affected by the war back home. I remember one of the Syrian dads in Greece told us that I'm afraid my child is going to make a drawing of a bomb or a rocket, and I don't want that. And reaching out to parents may not prove so easy. I mean, we're going to have later on a presentation of how the piloting went in the different countries, and you're going to hear how this was not so easy to involve parents. Why? Because some of the parents of immigrant or refugee children can't speak the language of the host country, cannot communicate, or don't have time because they're busy trying to survive in the new country. So it is important for the school itself to create the right bridges between the school and the parents. However, all teachers and school leaders were very positive in implementing the OpenEYE project, being guided from a learning methodology and learning activities to implement it. You'll hear more about these learning activities later on. And in the end of this morning, before lunch, I will present to you the handbook, which is the actual tool reaching out to educators. I propose, because we always like to encourage discussion, I don't want to call it questions and answer, but discussion among us. I propose we have 10-15 minutes for discussion if there's time before lunch. Yes, for the whole morning session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dimitris. I think we'll just jump to the next one on the program. Jasmina from Center Geoss, Slovenia, who will then talk about the toolkit that has been developed in the project.
Hello, I'm Jasmina, as Tony already introduced me, from Education Center Slovenia, and I will present today the toolkit, one of the results of the OpenEYE project. So yes, this is the presentation. In the toolkit, just let me learn to deal with this. Okay, yeah. The toolkit is actually a document which contains almost 48 to be precise, activities which were developed during the OpenEYE project. Directly after the survey was conducted, the next step was to develop OpenEYE learning methodology, which is actually the base document for the activities which were developed later on in the toolkit. The toolkit contains a short introduction, a little theory behind the activities, and then it goes to a practical part with all the activities very precisely described. So learning activities can be used both in formal and non-formal learning settings, because OpenEYE project targets not only teachers but also educators in other learning settings, such as pedagogical museums, for example. As you already know by now, the target groups are children with refugee or migrant backgrounds, age range 6 to 12. And those activities are developed for educators, and they can serve as an inspiration or guidance for them. They contain special focus on language learning through art and culture. Activities are presented with detailed instructions, learning aims, and expected outcome. They can either stand alone, so they are developed in a way that they are their own activity, or they can be also integrated in a formal language learning courses. They can involve children with migrant or refugee background, but all as well as their fellow students, as we already talked about it. So they are encouraging a two-way learning process. A two-way learning process is actually a process where people from different cultures and backgrounds are enabled to learn with and from one another. The learning content of the toolkit is flexible and can be implemented within children with different levels of language proficiency. It can be used also in other educational fields and with different target groups that require extra language learning support. So a lot of the activities are also usable for even older persons, such as adults learning languages. So following section will briefly describe the key approaches behind the design of this toolkit. This is a little theoretical part, and then I will present to you also some of the activities that I selected for this presentation. Learner-centeredness in some activities. Children are expected to draw on their previous experiences and with communication and collaboration with others, develop new language skills, focusing mostly on a field of vocabulary. And there are also activities where learner-centered approach is addressing more complex language progress. Multilingualism and multiculturalism. There are examples of activities where children will learn the expressions for different countries, for example, or other random words in different languages, which is supported by visual symbols or music. Some activities focus on recognizing personal language identity based on language heritage and observing one's own multilingualism. Also, the importance of one's cultural background is considered. Multicultural competence highlights the view that children's diverse cultural insights and experiences can be a resource in a process of learning. Cultural expressions, Dimitris already spoke about what this actually is. Many of the activities in the toolkit include a special focus on cultural expressions, which can vary from storytelling, drama acting, kamishibai, for example, and also painting, drawing, puppet animation, and designing comics. So a broad range of art forms is here meant in the term of cultural expressions. And in the field of language learning, the use of literature, storytelling, film, and drama are actually established tools. Non-formal learning is also one of the approaches. Some of the activities are set in classrooms, but some of them are also set even not in typical classrooms, but outside, like in museums. And also the ones that are meant for the classrooms can be implemented in other settings, such as maybe outside, in the backyard, or in some halls or different settings. Inclusion. With inclusion, there is meant for actually for the parents to be included in the activities. Dimitris also spoke about this, but we have all the activities that needs parents to be included directly in the activities, and there are also the activities which parents' participation is expected or cannot be implemented without their help. This is the form of activities that are in toolkit. So you can see how we develop the form. We have serial number, name of the activity, also language proficiency targeted. And in the introduction part of the toolkit, there are all those levels explained from A1 to C2. Then we have learning objectives, approach, cultural expression adapted, duration of the activity, approximate duration, special requirements. So when an educator see this form, he or she immediately see if there will be some crafting or if what will be going on. And there is also, of course, description of the activity, step-by-step description, expected results, and the assessment and evaluation part. The last part of the activity that is also important for the feedback of the children. How did they feel and what did they learn? I will show you now a few examples from the perspective of mentioned approaches. Also, for the better clarity, activities in the toolkit are sorted from lowest to highest level of language proficiency required for children to be involved in the activities. And now I will ask the technician to switch to the other, yeah. So, yes, please. Okay, for the cultural expressions, I chose to present the first activity that is in the toolkit called Puppet Show. As you can see now, here is the language proficiency target. It is A1. We have learning objectives. You can just move, and then approaches, several approaches exposed. Cultural expressions are drawing, crafting, and storytelling, and the duration is pretty long, and I will explain later why. 2 hours and 15 minutes. And there is special requirements. So the requirements are paper, colored pencils, scissors, glue, etc. So it immediately tells you that it will be some craft working. So you can stop for a moment now. So this activity is actually simplified activity containing all the steps to properly prepare a puppet show. It's simplified because it's meant for children, but the steps in the activities are that children should should do a homework. So it foresees the homework for the children to search a little bit about their local mythologies or some other stories from their countries of origins. And then if there are little children, they should ask parents. If they are older, they can surf through the internet or look at some books. And then from this local mythology, choose a character that they will present then in the puppet show. So, okay, you can move, please. First step is also to choose a character, to develop characteristics of the character, and then the second step is to make a puppet from this character. And then after this, after the puppets are made, children are set in a group of 3, and they should all talk about and invent a story about all of their characters included in the story. After the story is done, they should think about the scene, the setting of their puppet show to be. They can look around the classrooms, use some different objects, and then set a scene, and then also take a time for practice. This activity, I think practice is a very important part. So because aim of the activity is that the puppet show is in the language of the host country. So when the children are working in groups, they can have some advices from maybe native pupils in their languages and their storytellings. And then after the exercises are done, they should show the puppet show to others. So group of 3 is here, I think, the best number for the activity to go fluently. And also some of the activities are presented in the toolkit with attachments, and you can go up. No, down. This is the attachment to the activity, kind of matrix on or suggestion how the rod puppet that children will do can be done. Now, please move. For the inclusion and multiculturalism, I chose to present the culinary bazaar, the activity, which is the one that cannot be done without parents' participation. So first step is for the children in the schools to choose a country and present it as a group with some different stuff, like maybe drawing the flag of the country, and then make some posters of the country's typical things. And this is the activity that is done in the classroom, and then parents are asked to present some typical food or drink of the country of origin. So there in this activity, school and parents collaborate very closely, because parents should send school the recipe, school should provide all the needs for the cooking, all the material. And then when all of this is set, the presentation, the bazaar should be presented in some halls or some community places. Mostly advised is that it should be from after the PTA meetings, because the fluent of the public is on this type of events is it's a lot. So yeah, this is actually activity you can move that was already done. So you can see some pictures. It was done in the primary school of Litija, and I wasn't there at that time because I wasn't working on the education center back then, but as I hear of it, it was very successful and very well visited. So you can please move, because there are some photos of the event here. Yeah, you can see how that looked like when it was done. Okay. Thank you. Just move. No. Okay. For the multilingualism, I chose the activity called multilingual songs. This is the activity where language is kind of supported with the music. The activity predicts for teachers to select some kind of music songs that are that have multilingual lyrics, so not only one language but several languages in one song. There are also some suggestions in the activity of the songs, like Waka Waka, for example, and it should be played to children. And then the first step of the activity after listening to the songs is, of course, to ask pupils for how did they feel when listening to the music, and if they can describe the music itself. And then the next step is to ask them which languages did they recognize from the song. And maybe also ask them if they could understand any of foreign languages that there were in the songs. So yeah, just go, move. No. Here, stop. Yeah, thank you. Also, lyrics can be used, written lyrics, to show to the children, and they can look for the words they can recognize or maybe connect with the languages they speak. And also several exercises are here advised in the activity that can be done after listening to the song, such as children could can be asked to design their own verses to the lyrics, or maybe even some choreography steps to the song that they've heard. So it also includes some moving. Okay, thank you. Please move. A little bit more. Okay, for the learner-centeredness, I chose the Create Your Creature. This is activity that is inspired from playing cards, such as if you heard of Pokemon or Magic the Gathering, because children are very, they like these cards and they like playing with this type of cards. So in this activity, teacher should present some local mythology or local story, just for the reason to inspire pupils. But it's actually the activity that is very open to pupils' imagination. So it's not necessary that they use these characters that were presented to them for the activities. But if there are some pupils that don't play those kind of cards or don't have such wide imagination, the inspirational material is always welcome. And then there are some rules. You can please move excuse me. There are some rules how to create the card, because at the end all the cards should look like they are coming from the same type of pack. So children are asked to draw the creature and to think of the story of the creature, and then also, if you can please move. Stop. There are some characteristics that should be featured in the card, like which type of creature this is, the name of the creature, the age, the color, the skills, one special characteristic and short story. And there is some example, like we chose Dragon for the example. His name is Pig, he's 34 years old, his color is red, his skills are flying and throwing fire. And then children are asked to assign points to this creature for the skills and the special characteristics. And after all the cards are done and created, they are set in the smaller groups to kind of set their own rules for playing the cards, because pupils are very happy to set their own rules. But if there are troubles, there is also a suggestion how the cards could be played. Okay, please move. Move. For the non-formal learning, we will look a little bit on this activity. Let's make a story is activity that is inspired with the improvisational theater. Actually, children should sit in the circle, and then teacher select 2 volunteers, or maybe if some children volunteer themselves. The 2 pupils are in the middle, 2 children are in the middle, and others suggest the role of only one, the setting where the scene will be going on, and some problem. And the volunteer children should act out this scene and should be acting it until the problem is solved. The teacher, the educator can, of course, have some freedom to interact with them if he or she sees that it's taking a little bit too long, or if they complicated the problem too much, so it can always jump in and give some directions. And after the problem is solved, those 2 pupils sit down, and 2 others are invited to go to the middle and kind of continue in the scene. So it should be a little bit connected to the previous scene, but with new setting, new role, and a new problem, and so on until everybody gets their turn. This is the basics of the activity. So because you will, at this moment, I will just make a short conclusion. Several approaches, of course, of which activities are kind of highlighted, not only one. I just chose some of those that have maybe more focus on this approach that was highlighted. Those activities are dynamic and are live, just as our vibrant communities, languages, and cultures surrounding us every day. In these 2 days, you will hear a lot about other activities. So I hope I gave you a little bit of the insight of what will be going on in the next presentations and also workshops that are waiting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmina. There's not a break yet. There will be a break after the next presentation, where Marco Leone from the museum here, Bianca from Primary School of Litija, and Athanasia from Museum of Children's Art in Greece will be talking about your piloting experiences.
Okay, and before the presentation is ready, just quick words on how we planned our piloting. We decided to try and to test the more diverse activities. We have around 50 in our toolkit. Of course, it wasn't possible to test all of them, but we try in each country to have different activities to be tested, or sometimes the same activity, so we can compare the result. And of course, the other idea was to have different environments. primary school, museum, different museum, so that we try to have a more comprehensive vision of how they really works in practice. So in Italy, of course, the place where we had the piloting was here, the Museum of Natural History of the Mediterranean in Livorno. We choose the museum because every year during the winter, almost all primary schools of the city visit the museum. They participate in our educational activities. And on the other hand, we also have a lot of pupils that during the primary school age that come for other activities that we organize during the holidays or during weekends. So basically, this was the perfect place in Livorno to try and test these activities. The school that we involved was the Benci Primary School. The Benci Primary School in Livorno is one of the oldest educational institutions in the city. If we manage to do the boat trip, you will see, because it's along one of the canals in Livorno. And this school has a very long history in working with the refugees, migrants, children with difficult family social backgrounds. I put the La Scuola che Cammina, which is their latest project that they developed during COVID to take the school out of the building to be around the city. So this school is really active in integration, so it was the natural choice for us to involve them in our project. When we did the piloting, of course, all us that we tried to put the piloting in place, we had to face all the COVID-19 delays. In Italy, the piloting was originally scheduled between December 2021 and January 2022. But of course, during this period of time, schools were open, but they weren't allowed to go out. So no school trips to the museum, no other activities outside the school. So we had to delay our piloting when it was finally carried out in April 2022. This delay gave us, let's say, an opportunity, because during this period, the Russia-Ukraine crisis exploded. And in March, several Ukrainian, Russian, and Belarus refugees came to Italy. They came in different ways because they had already relatives that are working in Italy, so they decided to come, or NGO organization hosted some of these children with Italian families, or even some people that the month before the crisis, they were sensing that things were going really bad, they came to Italy. So basically, many of these children were put into these classes, and Benci School was one of the schools in Livorno that received a large number of these Ukrainian, Russian, and Belarus pupils. And when we start piloting, they have really just arrived in Italy. So the majority of them know 0 words of Italian. And actually, it was kind of interesting because normally, if there was a Russian child, he was the one that was helping the others. So that means that sometimes multilingualism goes over the barriers of war and everything. So basically, this delay gave us this opportunity to really test our activities in a very difficult situation for these pupils. What activity did in the museum? A total of 4 classes were involved, 2 second grade and 2 third grade. The activities that were tested were Please Continue, which is kind of drawing, and I think is the one that I will showcase tomorrow. And the Kamishibai Visual Theater, which is a storytelling device that we'll see also tomorrow in the workshop, and other activities, Message in a Bottle, Giant Collage, and several others. How we choose the activities? Some teachers ask us, because I gave the teacher a short list of our activities, and they pick some of the activities that they like, while in some other instances, we choose which one we thought we were more useful and more connected to our museum. Beside the school, we also had the opportunity with the Easter camp, but also this summer in the summer camp, we keep on working on that to showcase the activities also to these category of pupils, which is slightly different because let's say that with the bench school in the classes, let's say almost half of the pupils were from a migrant refugee background. In this case, just a couple of them, but it was also interesting to see how it affects on native pupils. And this was a group of around 12, 15 pupils aged 6 to 10. And more activities were planned, like literature journalism, pick-up story. Let's say that in this, since in this part we had older kids and pupils who already know some Italian, we choose activities that were that requires a more higher language proficiency. Quick recap of the numbers. In total, 60 pupils from primary school and around 15 from museum camp participated in the piloting. A total of 10 educators were involved, 8 teachers, normally 2 per classes from the bench primary school, and 2 educators from the museum. And in the end, 8 different activities from the toolkit were tested. A quick notice that the activities, especially for let's say the camp part, we change a little bit because we decide to adapt to our environment, to our culture, and I think that was useful because the idea was also that the activities could be modified by teachers to adapt to their needs. Finally, the feedback. In all the piloting that we had in different counties, we make the teacher fill a questionnaire survey and a focus group. We discussed the activities. Very quickly, I'm going to go with the strengths that they outline. Most of the activities were really helpful and involved the children. They really had fun and were participate actively. Also, native students were really happy, weren't bored about this activity, and they really help also the pupils who had difficulties to complete the activity. And even those new pupils, those that have just arrived in Italy, they were able to contribute, especially with drawings. They were able to communicate in some way. Of course, the teachers underlined some issues. The main issue is the activities must be selected very carefully, not only on the language proficiency level, because if it's too hard for younger pupils or too easy, could be boring or create frustration. The activities, of course, we adjust some spot activities during the year, but of course, teachers say that to be effective, you have to have a program throughout the whole year to assess the progress and to see if they are really effective. And of course, the involving parents will be important, but since for the COVID regulation, it was difficult, even with the parents that we were able to reach, that they were willing to participate, but with the regulation, we couldn't bring them to the museum along with the puppets. And that's it. And I think Blanca will explain the piloting that was run in Slovenia in primary school.
Prepara sul computer quello lì al podio.
Hello, my name is Blanca Riavec. I come from primary school of Litija. I work there as a school counselor and was also coordinating OpenEYE piloting, not just piloting any activities concerning OpenEYE. Just this is not the one. Yeah, I'm sorry. How can I project my
You cannot, but they can do. We need to change Mr. Technician, Dr. Technician. We need to change this to Slovenia.
To the podium one less.
I just moved from here. Thank you. Okay, so the piloting started in November of last year, 2021, and lasted until February of 22. 6 teachers volunteered to participate in the piloting. Those were also members of a focus group. Actually, there were teachers of the different classes. The first class, the first grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade, and also a teacher who helps immigrant pupils assimilate in Slovene culture, helping with learning Slovene language. 6 classes totally participated in piloting. The teachers were to choose their activities according to their wishes, according to the pupil's age, or if the activity coincided with the curriculum. Teachers were also asked to take pictures. Some of them made short videos. I hope I can show them some of them. And after each of the activity, they were also asked to fill in the evaluation form. Okay, here are the activities. There were 15 different activities chosen. Some of them chosen by more than just one teacher. For example, there was the first 3 activities. The first was chosen by 3 teachers, the second and the third by 2 teachers. We will see here the pictures of, they're actually presented chronologically. We started in November, like I said before. We had an activity day, cultural day actually, and some of the activities were perfect to pilot. So here's the activity called Language Family Tree, and children were to draw their own family tree, and then they wrote down family members, where do they come from, and what languages do they speak. This activity is about highlighting the diverse background the children come from. The second activity, also family tree, and then flag exchange the same day, also by 6th graders. They chose a country, then they drew a flag of that country, and then they made a flag chain. Okay, draw what I say. These were the 5th graders, also in November. They worked in pairs. They were sitting back to back. One of them drew a picture, and then he described it to the partner behind him, and the partner draw this picture only by listening to the instructions, not by seeing his picture. And then they turned. Beehive panels. This activity, we will learn about this activity more tomorrow. These were the 1st graders. They were first, the teacher was explained the children some facts about the bees, beekeepers, and then they mimic the bees, and then they draw their own beehive panel. I'm not sure if I can be able to show you the film. Okay. So bees. Okay, thank you. Oh, this is the same one. We'll just, okay. Another flag chain. This one was piloted in the 1st grade. I think the flags are even prettier than the 6th graders. Okay. Paper hand puppets. I think Yasmina explained this activity. Okay, okay. So here, each of the pupils got a piece of paper, and then they made a hand puppet out of it. And then they were working with each other to create a play, and then they had a play before their classmates. Yeah. This activity, presenting myself, was piloted in the group of immigrant pupils. It started by teacher presenting herself with a few words, and then the pupils draw their own picture and then presented themselves by explaining what's on the picture. Message in a bottle. This one was also piloted in the first grade. I believe the children got 3 papers. On the first paper, they wrote what they are proud of. On the second one, something funny or something of interest. And on the third one, something they regret. And they put them in 3 different bottles. And then one of the children pulled out a paper, read what was on the paper, and then discussed with the teacher and everyone else. This activity is about expressing children's feelings. Yeah. This is a story with movement. Teacher took the first graders to the forest nearby the school. It was the first snow, I believe the only snow we had last year. The teacher read the story, and the children were to express the story with movement. And then they also, teacher, pupil, each chose a word from the story, and then they mimicked it, and the others had to guess what the word is. Another draw what I say. This one with the first graders. Interesting. It's very interesting that most of the activities can be adopted or modified. So each activity can be used a little different, and you can also almost make your own activity. Tea party. This was the last day, school day of the year of 2021. Actually, this activity involves parents usually, but because of the COVID restrictions, parents weren't allowed to come into the school. So it was piloted only with children. First, teacher had explained about Christmas, about celebrating holidays. Then they made some ornaments, ate pastries, drank tea, and had fun. And another activity was pilot during that day. I hope I can show it to you. This one is multilingual songs. I can see it, you can't. What can I?
Marco ha bisogno di aiuto.
I can see a Christmas tree in front of me, but you can't, sorry. This was made by our school librarian. It's possible, if not.
Close the presentation, then you open again.
Oh, thank you. And then
You open again the presentation and you start from the beginning.
okay, thank you. This was made by our school librarian, and it's instead of ornaments, you can click on them and you get a song, Jingle Bells, in different languages. So if I can Maybe this one. Let's see. I'm so sorry. I wanted to show you. Oh, it's working.
Din dong dan, din dong dan, din dong dan. Suona le tue campane e Natale in ogni cuore.
You got the picture. Okay, another one. Another one. I'm not sure what language is this. Oh, Chinese. Okay. They're silent, okay. Oh.
叮叮当，叮叮当，铃儿响叮当，我们放学多快乐，我们坐在雪橇上。叮叮当，叮叮当，铃儿。
Okay, you got the picture. Okay. Let me just. There is a Turkish word. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I can find it. The bottom right.
Sounds like he's drunk.
Okay. F5. It's okay, I think, right? F5. Okay. Let me just find where we were. Okay. This is Draw My Name. It's also film, I believe. Okay. Another draw what I say with the fourth graders with a slightly modified version. Here, one of the partners had original photo, and by describing the other partner, the other had to draw a picture. Create your creature playing cards. This one was already described by Yasmina. And the last activity is Museum in the Classroom. And you will hear more about it tomorrow. My colleague Andrea will present it to you. Some more pictures from the same activity. Okay. We had a focus group meeting in May, another one, with teachers who were participating in piloting, and they all agreed that the activities were very versatile, that the instructions were sufficiently detailed. They also agreed that all the activities aren't suitable for every age, but like I already explained, with a little modification, it can be adapted to suit almost any age. Activities can be carried out during the regular classes or extracurricular activities or after school classes. We have also class discussion periods once a week, or I don't know, like I said, activity days. compulsory optional subject or non-compulsory optional subjects. As I mentioned, and also Marco mentioned, Corona restrictions played an important role in piloting like involvement of the parents. Some of the teachers suggested that the same activities should be performed more than once in order to assess the effect on the learners. What else? Yeah, they emphasize the importance of teachers' preparation for carrying out the activity. And at the end, the activities give the teacher an opportunity to discover pupil strength. This is also an important thing. Okay, thank you.
Now the country we're not supposed to mention, right? Yeah. The last one, before we take a short break.
So, the PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. Good morning, I'm Athanasia Sklirou. I'm the curator of the Museum of Greek Children's Art. And with me is
Theodora Haralabopoulou, and I'm educator in the Museum of Greek Children's Art.
So, let's start.
Let's say a few words for the museum.
Let's say a few words about the museum. Yes.
Most of you know the...
Close to the mic, please.
Okay. The Museum of Greek Children's Art is a pioneering museum, one of the very few worldwide that exhibits drawings and three-dimensional artworks created by children 4 to 14 years old. It is addressed to children and adults, parents, teachers, artists, scientists, researchers, and all those interested in children's art. So, created in 1994, its aims are to study and promote the uniqueness of children's art, to develop children's aesthetic education, to host and loan exhibitions, and to collaborate with scientists, institutions interested in children's art in Greece and abroad.
Okay. So here you can see that we're making educational program for schools every day in the museum, based on the exhibitions we have inside the museum.
Art workshops for children, for family programs.
Programs for people with disabilities, workshops for the whole family.
Camps, summer camp, Easter camp, and various activities for children.
And also seminars for educators. So here we can see how we worked on the toolkit and how we did the activities, not in the museum, but in the 5th primary school of Daphnis, Georgios Bousgiannis. The president of the school is here, Nikos, and that helped us very, very much to do all that activities. And first we did the seminar to all the teachers in the school. So we showed them the activities of the toolkit, and the teachers had to do the activities. So it was very interesting because all the teachers of the school did the activities of the toolkit. We showed them a few activities and they had to do them. And here you can see that they're presenting the activities. It's the one that Yasmina said about the creatures and things like that. They did the activity and they had a very nice
pickup story.
Yes. So after that, we had to go into the classrooms and did the activities. We chose these activities to do: draw my name, present myself, present a characteristic of favorite monument of my country, multilingual songs, pick up story, and the flags changed. 90 pupils were involved in all these activities, and
Around 10
around 10 educators, 10 teachers, yes. Presenting myself, as you can see here, it was a very interesting activity. All the pupils enjoyed it, and as you can see in the classroom, I showed them drawings of Picasso, how he drew himself during all his life. So we talked about that painter, we talked about his life and how his drawing was transferred until the end of his life. So we talked about art history. We showed we saw many drawings of himself, and I explained them how to use certain materials and how to use many techniques. So here you can see how they draw themselves. Many pictures. In the museum that I work, we really want to children to know how to use their materials so they can do very nice drawings, as you see.
Another activity, draw my name. As as we said before, the educator asked the learners to divide a piece of paper into parts and write their names in 2 languages. At the left part, as you can see, they write their name in their native language, and at the right part, they write their name in the language of their host country. The children can draw letters of their name with the colors they like. They use their imagination to do that. And okay, like yes, multilingual songs. Another.
This was very funny because all the children participated. We listened many songs from many countries. I forgot to tell you that at this primary school, there are many children with different origins. So we had to find out many songs from the countries of their origin, and they were listening the music, and that we tried to find the differences or the similarities, and it was really funny because they listened the song and then they had to dance the song, and it was really nice. So present the characteristic or favorite monument of my country. This is what we are going to do tomorrow at the workshop. We showed them characteristic monuments of their countries, of the countries of their origin, and they had to draw them with certain, with many materials and techniques. And here you can see. This is a statue from Albania. This is, of course, Parthenon in Greece.
Many children chose the Parthenon. Many others, which their origin is from Albania, chose this. For example, the statue of Mother of Albania. It was the previous one. Some others, Epidavros, Palace of Knossos, Meteora, which are in different parts from Greece. And from Russia, Cathedral Church of St.
From Ukraine, from Russia,
from Armenia.
from Armenia, yeah.
Okay.
We did also the flag chain. They really liked it, a lot. We also draw flags from their country, and then we did our imaginary flag. So we did both.
a flag of a dream country. Many children draw their flag of their dream country. The flag that represents the flag that they like them. Yes.
Oops, sorry. This
Flags.
Yeah, you can see their flags. This one was really very interesting because I chose some paintings from the museum collection and some monuments, and they had to do their story. So they picked 3 of them, and they had to write down their story, and then they had to tell the story to the other children. Many funny stories also. So as you see here, they have to choose. Randomly, they had to choose 3 cards, 2 characters and 1 monument. So they had to do a story about 2 characters and 1 monument. Very nice. But Posey, thank you. It was very, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, Bianca, Athanasia, and Dora. I think we really need a short break just to stretch our legs and then come back. So 7 minutes. So 12:50, the methods will start. So please be precise.
So the last part for today is before lunch, before our break for lunch, is not actually a presentation itself, but rather a walkthrough of our handbook. So you saw in the previous presentations, we developed a methodology, we developed learning activities in the toolkit. This handbook is the main dissemination tool addressing educators. This is what we address mainly for educators themselves. We want it to be a tool that is useful, that they can use very easily, and select the learning activities that are most suitable for them. What I would also need to clarify before we start with this walkthrough of the handbook is that the learning activities we developed in the framework of the project are 48. So there's a wide range of different learning activities you can select from, but it's not an exhaustive list. So this means we would really like educators to be inspired by these activities and create their own, and hopefully share them with us through our website. So bear in mind, it is not an exhaustive list. So this is the handbook. A few words in the beginning about the OpenEYE project, who we are, the different partners, the target groups, what are the results that we wanted to achieve. These are the different partners from different countries. And after a short introduction, we go through to talk about the learning methodology in, not in detail, just the basic points of the learning methodology. The basic principles, the OpenEYE learning toolkit, again, the language proficiency level. You can see here a table of the different language proficiency levels and what they actually translate to, what they interpret to. And then we have an index of the learning toolkit. This is the main part of the handbook. This is a very simple table where you can see the different, I'm not sure if you can see it from there, but you can see a table of the different learning activities with their number, their minimum language proficiency level, their learning objectives, and the cultural expressions adopted. So through this list, you can access any of the activities by clicking on the title. Okay. So for example, let's find someone that was not mentioned today. No, let's find someone that I like. Hold on. Also, you can see here the different activities are colored based on the minimum language proficiency level. This is the way that different activities are sorted in this table. So you have A2 here, B1, B1, B2. And for example, you can click here on the create a soundtrack. That's the title of the activity. And hopefully it will take you, if we have internet access, yes, to the learning activity itself. Okay, usually doesn't take that much time. Okay, so here you go. This is the activity in the same format as Yasmina presented earlier on. Okay. You can download this, you can print it. The handbook is going to be available in all the project languages apart from English. So it's going to be English, Greek, Italian, Slovenian, and Norwegian. Yeah. Okay, so here you get the index, C1, C2 level. At the end, there are activities that can be used at any language proficiency level, followed like this. On the third part, we have recommendations for the implementation and integration of the OpenEYE learning methodology and toolkit. So in a very short manner, we present here the findings of the pilot testing, because we actually pilot tested many of these learning activities. Through here, you'll see what worked, what didn't work so much, and recommendations for implementing the OpenEYE learning methodology and toolkit addressed directly at educators. So for example, defining the target group of children for implementing the OpenEYE learning activities, making sure it's a pleasant and rewarding experience, the issue of time availability, so different aspects of the implementation that you need to take into account. Preparation here is key. Selecting and adapting the right activity for your objectives and for your own students is also important. And last but not least, the mainstreaming potential, because this is also one of the main targets of our project. We want to try to mainstream the tools we have developed into the formal school education in our respective countries. This can be done in a different way in different countries. For example, in Greece, what we need to do is we need to submit our tools for to the Ministry of Education for approval, and then they are promoted and available for all educators in Greece. In Italy, I'm sure there are different channels on how to do this. And here are the references. I think that's it. It's not a long document. It's 25 pages long. This will be available, as I said, in all languages on the website. It can be downloaded by anyone and used electronically. Of course, it's based on clicking on the title of the activity to access it. So it will not work if you print it out, because then you cannot click on the title. But you can download it on your own computer, and by clicking on the title, you can have it. You can have a learning activity. There's also a link here at the top before the table to access all learning activities gathered together. Okay, so here, for example. It's going to take a minute to load. but you'll be able to access our own Google Drive in the project where all the activities are there. Yes, in PDF, and you can access it directly. Here you go. Yeah, so you can have access to this and download all of them if you like. So that was it, short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you, Demetris. And now it's lunchtime until 2:30. So 2:30 we'll, sorry? Yeah.
Unless there are questions.
Unless
yes.
there are questions or
comments
or discussion, whatever you like to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, hold on.
It was pretty easy to click around, so we wanted to show that earlier. OpenEYE.
Erasmus. Or Erasmus OpenEYE.
Erasmus Edu, isn't it? EU.
Hold on, what's it? I don't remember. Erasmus. Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions for Demetris?
I think we have a question. But you will need a mic. There's the person with the microphone.
Okay, thank you. I really liked the presentation, so thank you. And it was very inspiring, so I hope to check soon the website. And I really like that you use art to connect children and people. And I was thinking, did you find any difficulties that you didn't expect, even with the art language? So for example, you asked to draw, and then children in some places are not encouraged to draw, I don't know, iconic religious or any kind of these things that you really didn't think about, because maybe we have European backgrounds, and then you find out. I was curious.
That's a great question. I think the ones who should respond to that are the people who actually pilot tested it. Yes.
We didn't have many problems. I think the one that Christian said in the morning about children that didn't want to talk in their native language. That was the only problem that we faced in Greece. All the other problems were solved. So it was very easy to do these things because when children didn't know how to talk in our language, in the host country language, it was easy because they could understand what they were seeing and what they had to do. So it was really easy to do.
What was important, sorry, Tony, about this? I remember that Athanasia in the piloting in Greece. I was told that there was a student of Albanian origin, was born in Greece, speaks Greek fluently, and still it was the first time that he spoke Albanian at school. So it was the first time. It was important for him. So after 6 years, I mean, so he was 6 years in primary school and never spoke his language, his mother tongue at school. I think this is one of the most important bits about it, points that through cultural expressions, you allow people to show part of their identity that usually lies hidden. That's very important.
An important question is why, right? Why these kids don't want to speak their home language? That is the interesting question. And usually, family decisions. Yeah, usually some parents think, for example, that it's better to not do it. Others feel that their language doesn't have high status in the country they're residing in. That's also a possibility. In Norway, for example, Some languages have higher status than other languages because of various reasons, but they're of course not objective reasons. They are just associations and subjective reasons. For example, I would claim that Somali and Swahili and Arabic have somewhat lower status than English and German and French. Of course, you have a history here, right? European history and colonization, blah, blah. Exactly.
Microphones.
Okay. Yes, Athanasia just said that there were many, yes, through participating in the different OpenEYE learning activities, many of the children learned things about their own culture of origin that they didn't know.
They didn't know the flag. How is the flag of their country? And they wanted to learn. How?
And the details for the monuments that we draw, where they were, and things like that. Many of the children asked also their parents to tell them stories about their country, how if they have been there, because most of them probably were not born in the origin country. So that was really interesting, that they had to do it with their parents in the beginning. And the other day we went to the school and they had to draw the monument. So it was really interesting. All the teachers had to do that to prepare that activity. So all the family had to do something, and it was really interesting.
Did you have any during the piloting? And I'm talking to all our colleagues who did the piloting in their respective countries. Did you have any negative reactions from parents about different languages being heard at the school, or their child learning about Syrian traditions or Albanian traditions? Xenophobic responses? No?
I don't know to say all these things. Not in the school, but at a refugee camp that I did some of the activities. They had to present the activity, present myself. They had to draw themselves. I think at some religions, it's not allowed to
Actually, that was the question before by the lady.
So I had some problems, but they draw themselves at the end, because I had also some children, some girls that were wearing, that thing, but they also draw themselves. And it was.
How did you manage this?
I showed them also at the beginning, I showed them photos of women of their country, and it was that made them feel comfortable. They saw the women and then they draw themselves with the with all that traditional look.
Yeah, could you please show the web page on the screen? Yeah. So this is the main homepage for the OpenEYE project, which we gave you the address on in our presentation, Christian and I, erasmusopeneye.eu. So here you'll find the background, the partners, information about the partners, the products, the results. You can download the needs analysis, the methodology, toolkit will be coming up. Yep. So I just wanted to show you the page. Now, Marco, it's time for lunch until 2:30. 2:30 we'll start again here. 2:30. Would you like to say something about the lunch? Where and how?
Just follow me for lunch.
Right, now we are on. Good, I hope you had a good lunch. And now we'll be starting on the session after lunch, which is half an hour with the topic Multilingualism and Lessons of Vitality by Anna Porciani from Eurocontact plus APS. I guess she'll tell us what APS stands for. The floor is yours, Anna, and you'll be with us on video without the picture.
Yes, sure. So just hello to everybody, and turning off video to avoid poor quality of the audio. Yes, since you asked me, APS means an Association for Social Promotion. That's the acronym in Italian. So can you hear me? Is it a good quality, the audio?
Yes.
Good. So let's get started, because we are here together, even me, even if I'm not physically with you, aimed at giving our pupils the proper tools to become the citizens of tomorrow. It's only with the languages we know that we can develop our potential of thinking, establish relationships with the others to create our identities for a vital communication. And communication is what brings us to life. Now, more than ever, it is time to work on ideas, foreseeing, and give any profession the widest possible value. As schools, communities working with children, we must feel the responsibility to work with the future and promote innovative issues. What's needed in perspective has to be thought now, and perspective becomes a point of life in addition to be a point of view, and we have to encourage any other to participate. Teaching languages is a core training process. It operates on the person and the tools that the person uses. If we want to understand the world, communicate our vision, go to the origin of things, foreshadow a path, we need to be competent with words, with languages. Any second language is an intuitive training tool with multiple valence. Then, turning critical issues into advantages, any child, either refugee or immigrant in our countries, can become an opportunity for all the others and the adults working and living with them to rewire their thinking of methodologies, methods, approaches, and techniques to teaching. Thanks to the child and their mother language, any community can get richer. If we can't communicate, we can't start an interaction with the environment around us, which has to be perceived as benevolent. Otherwise, no one's mind can be open to let perceptions develop. And when I say perceptions, the five senses are the sensorial one. There is also the cognitive, the abstract, the sub and unconscious one, and tell me the others. It's definitely a complexity, but what a fruitful one. And when facing complexity, we must hold the world together and give it back to any child sweeter and full of hope. This is an opportunity to disseminate new cognitive styles, new lifestyles, new strategies, thanks to what any language is: transverseness, cleverness, a vehicle for meanings, a bond with other realities, to give everyone the possibility to share with the others the identity given by that language and the experience of living. Creating places for children to thrive is our vision. Our mission is to make them develop as many skills as possible, to have talented children. Any universe any child is has to be considered from its deep roots, since it is a right of the child to be welcomed with their past, their story, their origin, including their culture, to have offered the most open opportunities to be educated, trained by a whole community made by sensitive people, capable of seeing them the future, European citizens, hence everybody's future. So families too have to be involved, because there is no child with no mother tongue, with no story, with no origin, with no need to become more and more aware of that, and all of us with them. Language acquisition is a complex, dynamic, evolving system, since the processes involved can't be formalized. The network of neuronal processes activated in learning has no space-time dimension. There is no before and after. There is a simultaneity. A stone thrown into a pond generates an activation of concentric systems, not only on the surface, but also in parallel, going deep. Learning is linked to a parallel activation of neuronal systems, to a multidimensionality, to a multiplicity of languages. We learn through sensory and emotional perceptive channels, and altogether they activate processes for knowledge. All cognitive aspects are triggered by complex processes that interact with emotions. The gradual constructions of linguistic processes takes place through the embodied mind. The metaphor is not a figure of speech. It is a fundamental process of the mind. It allows to create concepts that are formed through the corporeal dimension. Grammar, in its sequentiality, is linked to the motor aspects of the upper limbs, which together with the lower limbs build the dimension of space and time. Otherwise, there could be neither grammar nor syntax. The construction of a language is therefore experiential. It passes through the body. After the accidental discovery made at the University of Parma in the early 90s of mirror neurons during the mapping of the motor aspects of the brain, we know better that we learn by imitation, seeing actions performed. Speaking a language is linguistic behavior. When, as children, we start talking, we activate the motor neurons that allows us to speak, and they are the same of those around us. On an imitative level, they allow us to reproduce the other's behavior, empathic imitation, and activation of the same motor centers of those close to us. When speaking of the acquisition of communication, with no this empathy, we wouldn't be communicative. When we say reading mind, it means we read the mind of another when the same neurons of the other are activated. Broca's area, also known as the motor speech area, is near the motor cortex and utilized in speech production, located in the inferior frontal gyrus. This area regulates breathing patterns while speaking and vocalization required for normal speech. It helps the other area for speech, the vernix one. It's not only the place of the motor center of the larynx that set in motion and produce speech, but also the area of gestures, of mimicry. From these scientific statements, we can make a translation at the level of possibilities of new strategies in teaching, since with the acquisition of another language, there is better connection, coordination of the two hemispheres, the growth of the diverging thinking, more realities to be compared than more tolerance to be performed. The concept of strategies in a class becomes how to teach and how to learn, not what is possible to do. If we know the processes activated, the learning of teaching and the learning process are favored. When we teach children, we create a site for vitality. The vital phenomenon is not a sequence of cause and effect, but a decision. Since teachers can take the decision to create vital phenomena each time they teach. Lessons of vitality are embodied communication. All our gestures, behavior, expressions are essential, visual and functional communication, immediately effective, a direct interaction with any single pupil and the whole group. Any moment there is vitality in a class, the very first phenomenon of existence is reproduced, a bond that brings out the dynamics among people thanks to deep motivation. And the first person to be motivated has to be the teacher. Being alive is the essential tendency of any form of life and hence of human beings. Being exposed from the very beginning of life to communicative dynamics allows each one of us to develop cognitively and acquire the language we are exposed to. The language that primarily communicates affection and the sense of life. The sound of voice is like the sound of music. Through the body's movement, I can sense, see, and perceive whether there is care for me. In our multilingual classes, there is so much of this potential. The need of having a common second language may be considered, involving in a dance all pupils' languages as a first contribution. Avoiding someone's language would be erasing them, telling them they do not exist. Our languages are our identities, and each time one is taught, once more the vital phenomena are reproduced. Submerged potential surfaces a new beginning with all possible advantages. Each child's language can become a treasure to share with all the others of the class that will be united by the second language being taught, while each one continues to perform elsewhere the other language they know. Considering all the variables intervening in this process, a teacher has the possibility to observe the variety of phenomena surfacing all the times pupils are asked or decide to produce themselves in either language 1 or language 2. To the human being, any second language has this peculiarity. It's perceived as innocent. That is to say, not only new for the pupil, but also with the whole potential to reveal whatever in the child's personality might have been affected by negative experiences in the past and can now be built again thanks to such an innocent perception of L2 with a renewed potential to communicate sense and affection. It means that just offering adequately a second language, a teacher can do so much, being aware that the 5 dimensions to be involved in any training process to develop perceptions are working simultaneously. Sensorial, cognitive, motoric, relational, and the underlying one. And stimulating pupils' learning is methodology, a personal approach due to personal reflections and experience. Any second language makes abstraction skills develop, mainly from the right hemisphere, the creative one. So many times these connections are just not yet mature, and very little can make the difference. Being conscious of giving pupils such an opportunity makes the teacher the first artist in the classroom. That means designing a second childhood with all its potential. The teacher is a trainer, a coach for pupils to become aware of what this art can be for everyone. Using deep imagination, the teacher allows a new identity to surface in the pupils, another body that becomes visible thanks to any other language acquired, its clothes. It's like dancing, a dance not yet been danced, writing something not yet been written, painting a picture not yet been painted, playing a music not yet been played, singing a song not yet been sung. That's what an artist does, going deep into people's conscience, finding out what they are still unaware of, then offering them the opportunity to produce themselves for their own purposes, that is, building the instruments to become and feel free. But first, what's important for everyone is dig into themselves. For the more we know ourselves vertically, the more we are capable of extending ourselves horizontally, like trees. We are capable to reach as many children as possible, offer oxygen and shelter with any single leaf of our canopy. The acquisition of a second language brings to the pupil all the cultural contents it has, giving thus any child the possibility to create a new bond with life, to continue this art of communication and decide what multiple identity, multiple intelligence, and spontaneous cleverness can be for, used either consciously or unconsciously. Children can decide what project can be pursued with such a tool that, day by day, becomes more and more of theirs, more and more their own life. Keeping high the level of vitality in a language class is essential. So much of this vitality can interact with very deep levels any child has, the deeper they are, the more dynamics can be activated, and the more solid, in the long run, the resulting personality is. This delicate art of communication can also be enhanced by techniques as professional supports to make pupils be productive. They can endlessly create it. Think, for example, of silhouetting a child on paper boards onto the walls. Make the child feel their silhouette with all the new words they learn, and ask them when they are ready to speak and write with the new words. Ask them to behave their words. Write walk and start walking. Write sing and start singing. Write breathe and breathe deeply. They slowly will start speak, write sentences, push forward by the strength of the words and their desire to communicate. Their silhouettes surrounding them will enhance the pupil's perception of words and languages as a personal resource to be employed according to each one's choice. Very soon, they won't be enough to contain all the words and sentences they know and share, and they will find their better way to express this urgency to communicate. And the more art is involved, the more all the stimuli will be deeply perceived. Art, that unspeakable space that becomes real all the time. There is a deep research of an expression to understand the detachment from the whole, the entire we belong to as human beings. The body, ontogeny, reproduces its evolution. That means phylogeny too is involved. We have its visible signs in the embryo, the beginning of the body, with the gel arches that remind us of when we were fish. And they can become visible in the mind too, because mind and body are deeply intertwined. There are languages with only one word for them, but all languages, due to the meanings offered to the child and the effort made by the teacher, can help conceptualization, make the submerged potential surface intra-connecting words, experience, perceptions, affection, love. Our mind keeps memory of everything and wants to help us. It's important to start a communication with these very deep levels within us, also in order to perceive and then functionalize those of the others at the very same level. Even after such a long time, our mind can bring this potential back to consciousness, and in any attempt of communication can make an unparalleled resource of it. If we say that states of deprivation reduce the cognitive apparatus, we usually think of the deprivation of material things, but there is also the deprivation of meanings, and the effects are fast. Just one experience of the so many I had. February 2021. Two sisters, Lina 9 and Asia 7, born in Italy, to parents from Senegal, who separated when Lina was 3. I was asked to help Lina, very slow at school, by a lady who knew them. I visited the family, and since Asia too was interested, we agreed I would start sending them via WhatsApp Sepúlveda's Historia de una gaviota y del gato que le enseñó a volar. In Italian, of course. Both fascinated, waiting for any next chapter to be recorded and sent. I coordinated my support for Lina with her teacher of Italian, history, science. I followed her instructions, later noticing her focus was only on the girl's Italian. Her thinking was it couldn't be good because of the poor mother's knowledge of it. Small house, Asia was with us all the time, interested also in Lina's subjects. History first, Egypt, that a globe used for the first time not as a lamp allowed us to see where it was, not so far in the globe, from Senegal. The mother asked me to help Asia too, and I thought the charming Tuscan countryside in which I live could play a significant role. Observations, animals, nature, food, a competition when driving to score intelligent thoughts and win prizes. Eventually, the view of the Italian cartoon from Sepulveda's story with all contents that the very wise writer had meant to convey to children. Enchanted, both the girls flourished, learned new vocabulary, how to express and compare concepts, comparisons, always in proper context. Zorba, the cat in Sepulveda's story, Lina said was reliable. He kept a promise. If a language, like the Senegalese, instead of the word foreigner, has guest, it means that you feel to welcome any person you don't know. Lina's teacher told me she had so improved. Also, maths was an opportunity to think, and science too. Stones, minerals were vital. Look at what Michelangelo did with marble when he was only 24. Internet on phones helps the Pietà, a mother and her child. Marveled, they use their mother's phone to continue searching and become more and more interested in knowing different realities. I also noticed that they were jealous of their mother's one when she spoke with her friends. No possibility for them to understand. Asked, she told me she had made a mistake not speaking Senegalese too to her daughters after their father left. Then she wanted me to speak to the maths teachers too. She told me how severe Lina's situation was. She had great problems, and the school's aim was to certify her for specific learning disorders. They wanted to help her for her future, but the father hadn't wanted to. I asked the mother what she knew about that. Nothing. So I had to explain her what the teachers meant to do. I met and spoke to anyone in charge for helping the girls. All separate departments, social services not speaking with the teachers, no teachers interested in doing so, only with the mother and her poor Italian. I asked the teachers if they ever considered that the girls had no mother language. They told me they never thought of it. Exercise books, any subject.
Anna, sorry to interrupt, but
yes.
You have maximum 5 minutes left.
Yes, if you have only 5 minutes left, maximum. I have only 2 more pages, but would be important going to the end of this experience and leave everybody's evaluation to be done. So I'm continuing. In their, yes, exercise books, the children had only Brava and Bravissima written. And when asked why not correcting mistakes, the teachers told me that you can't mortify children. So in June, when I had a hand broken and I couldn't drive these children to my house, they were left with the lady appointed by social services to look after them for the 4th year, doing homework too. And when I was able to go back to their house and see them, all their exercise books were full of mistakes, subtractions instead of additions, divisions instead of multiplications. So the mother too was surprised because I used her coins to make them think about how maths works, but they couldn't. Their cognitive apparatus was melted. And I met the people in charge for looking after them, fostering services, but they told me that they never thought of any mother language useful for the girls. And no, that lady wasn't appointed by them directly. Anyway, I have thinking of a possible mother tongue, of their mother tongue, useful, their parents' language too, useful for the girls. Never thought of it. They had to learn Italian, and the only person they dealt with was the mother with her poor Italian. So all the papers I have by other children are full of these situations to study. They flourish when stimulated, of course, by proper stimuli, and immediately their cognitive apparatus disappear with its intelligence when not stimulated this way. And frequently, at least in Italy, they prefer, you prefer to believe the pupil responsible. Visual stimuli are useful, and talking about sight, I'm trying to be briefer than I thought. Let's go back 1 minute to evolution, because we know that sight is the predominant sense in getting information to set up the brain. And I learned that dreams are what the evolution found to prevent our brain and consequently our mind from losing its configuration in the hours of sleep. We continue to see even when sleeping. A few hours are enough for a change. So conversely, let's make our teaching be the dreams for our pupils. Let's give them proper stimuli involving creativity, deep imagination. So with variety of stimuli, also calmness and mindfulness, discipline, concentration. And if we want media literacy intervene in our classes, it's a good opportunity to make pupils who can't have access at home learn how to use them. It depends on the teacher, and they can learn how to distinguish what's a tool and what's an aim. Whenever pupils can perform in a second language, they feel more than free to explore new behaviors and new styles, including cognitive ones, most of the times without even realizing what's happening. They can also surprise with the more possibility they have, the more the entire
I guess
three lines, last
Anna,
three, pardon?
Yeah, we really have to stop there because time's up for real. So thank you so much, Anna. Let's give a round of applause to Anna's presentation. We have to move on, otherwise you will eat the minutes from the next presenter, who is, we don't have time for questions or comments on this one, unfortunately. We just have to move on to the next one, which is on cultural expressions and multilingualism in a Norwegian primary school by Delia Shepor, my colleague at the University of Southeastern Norway. The floor is yours.
There we go. Right. Could we please have the slides there? Perfect. Thank you. Right. Thank you so much, and especially to Tony and Christian, who introduced me to the OpenEYE project, and then they recruited me to come to the training in Slovenia, which was very challenging for me personally, but also very interesting because of the art approach and drawing, which I'm not good at. But anyway, so today I wanted to talk to you about a few of my findings from a project I was working on for quite some time. And that's, I should be using this one. And that's on how to use multilingualism as a resource. And it's in a Norwegian primary school. So first of all, I'll tell you a few things about the study itself, the background, and then I'll talk about the activities that were used. And that's 3 main activities for cultural expressions, and they all involve multilingualism, and hopefully draw some conclusions. Now, I think nothing of what I'm going to say is going to be completely new, and there are so many connections I would like to make to what the previous speakers have said. Christian, Tony, Marco, Blanca, Demetrius, everyone really. So I'll try to do that, but if I can't manage to make all the connections, then sorry for that. So basically, the study is in an article that was published in June this year, and the title is "Jeg gotta like spille Fortnite, men I never win the game." So it's Norwegian and English, right? So I gotta like playing Fortnite, but I never win the game. And this is from one of the student texts that the pupils produced. So the data was collected during a 1-year development project, and the project was aimed at supporting teachers who work in multilingual classrooms, who work with multilingual and multicultural students. And the 2 teachers that were part of the project worked at a school that has around 50% of the pupils are multilingual or have a multilingual, multicultural background. Now, the project or the data was collected, from 2020 to 2021, sorry. And that was, of course, when the pandemic was, and that meant that many teachers were not able to follow the program. So basically only 2 of the 11 teachers that I had in my group that we were mentoring, only 2 of them completed the program. And in this study, they're referred to as T1 and T2. Both of them have over 30 years of teaching experience, so that might have something to say about the way in which they worked with this. And they were teaching the 3rd and 4th grade, respectively. So basically 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds that were, the pupils that were in the program. So what did it look like? So the development project was set up as 4 lectures, which included all of the teachers that were in the program. And then after each lecture, we would have mentorship meetings in small groups. So basically, we would meet up and discuss. And the lecture topics were decided by the schools based on the needs of the schools. So some of these topics, the main topics were how to work with religion in a multicultural context, and then transitions from everyday language to school language, and multilingualism as a resource. And the main point was that, like Tony was explaining earlier, the action learning process. The main point was that they would come to the lectures, where they would be given theoretical input, what kind of methods, what kind of activities could they use, and then they would work with them in the classroom. And then at the mentorship meeting, we would discuss and they would reflect. And actually, they would produce reports after they worked with the different activities in the classroom, and then they would send the reports before the mentorship meetings so that we would actually know about what I had worked with. And so this is kind of like a process. So I've just put in the link. If you just for the article, if you're interested in reading it, if you just Google for my name and 2022, you'll find the article right away, basically. So what kind of cultural expressions did the teachers employ? Well, the main activities were centered around language portraits, fairy tale posters, and multilingual poetry. So basically, the language portraits involved a lot of drawing, as you've already seen. The fairy tale posters also involve a lot of drawing, but are also based on literature. So as Dimitris said earlier, you can see that Norwegian teachers do use literature in their approaches with cultural expressions, and also multilingual poetry, which of course is literature-based, but also has some kind of visual representations included. I won't dwell too much on language portraits because they've been discussed today quite a bit, but I'll show you some examples and just tell you how these teachers went about using language portraits. So it was actually one of the teachers working with language portraits in his class, and that was the teacher who had 4th graders. So he first modeled the activity for the pupils, and he told them that he wants to know about their languages. And I think this is very important because this kind of activity actually tells the learners, the pupils, that the teachers are interested in knowing about them. And then the pupils created their own portraits, but they were allowed to define themselves what knowing a language means. So they were allowed to include languages that, for example, they only knew one word of. That meant knowing a language. And they were, of course, discussing where they were using the languages, with whom, how they have learned them, and so on. And the pupils presented these portraits to the teacher. Some of them presented them on their own. Others needed prompting questions from the teachers. But what was really interesting in this project is that the teachers were so happy with the results with this work in the classroom that they extended it to the school level. So basically, they presented it to all of the teachers, and all of the teachers did this in their classes. And that led to co-learning, both between the teachers themselves, between the teachers and the learners, of course, and between the learners themselves. So at many different levels at the school level. And when they extended it to the school level, there were different approaches. So 1st graders, for example, needed help from their parents. So actually the parents were involved in this activity. And the teachers thought this was very positive, and this was considered as maybe a first step in bridging that communication gap between the school and the family, as I think Dimitris was pointing out earlier. And so yes, and another point about the portraits was that they were stimulating the pupils to develop metalinguistic awareness. So from the questions that the teachers asked, and also you can see here this portrait. So she has English and American. So you can see there is awareness of the different ways of speaking English, right? So English, like British English, and then American for American English, which I think is really interesting at that age. Right. And these are some examples from Wilson, and here you can see the approach is basically using flags for representing French and English in this case. And these are some examples from my master students this year, very, very fresh new examples. And basically, this is just to show that language portraits are ideal for working with children, but they're actually very good and relevant at any age, no matter the age. And basically, as I think Blanca pointed out, these activities are so easy to adapt. And you can see here, this example. This is basically a language portrait. Well, it's not a language portrait as such, it's more like a cultural portrait, because this student decided to represent Czech culture by drawing this. That's what Czech culture means to him. So you can see there are so many ways of adapting this activity, and this was actually accidental, so I didn't present it like that to the class, but that's the benefit of doing these things in different contexts. Right, so some of the outcomes and benefits have been mentioned already. I think what I want to point out at this point is that when we have a set of language portraits produced by a class or even by a whole school, what we can do is we can put them on the walls and create schoolscapes. And that way, the languages are represented visually, they're validated, they are represented, and it's visually clear that these are the languages that are represented or that exist in a certain school, in a certain space. And the teachers pointed out that the students were motivated, proud, and showed mastery. So this is definitely something that contributes to that feeling of pride for sharing one's background, one's identity. But there's one thing that maybe we could pay attention to when we implement language portraits, and that is to challenge these one language, one domain associations, because when we discuss it with the pupils where they use certain languages, they will say, okay, in Norway, for example, we use Norway at school and we use this language at home, right? And that in a way can contribute to strengthening that separation, right? Norwegian only at school, this language only at home, right? So basically kind of discussing that critically to kind of not enforce these associations. And the second activity was based on fairy tale posters. And teacher one, in this case, selected Little Red Riding Hood for fairy tale work. And her plan was to raise awareness about linguistic diversity in the classroom, but also to support learning. And here, the approach is very interesting because Norwegian is taken as the starting point, but we have English and we have other languages represented in the classroom. And what she did was that she decided to have the fairy tale read out loud in Norwegian, in English, and in Turkish, because there was quite a big group of Turkish-speaking pupils in class, and also they had a teacher who could speak Turkish at school. So basically bringing in the resources that are available at the school. So first of all, what they did was they created, this is kind of like a multilingual dictionary where you have different languages and then you show the words in a parallel fashion because you have the same words in different languages. And then the next step was that the pupils created their own multimodal posters like this, or like these examples here. So on the left-hand side, we have Turkish and Norwegian, and on the right-hand side, we have English and Norwegian. And if you have a look at the visual representations, how the languages are represented, you can see on the left-hand side one that we have Turkish in much larger script than Norwegian. And on the right-hand side, the Norwegian stands out. So this is the Norwegian compared to the English, and then Norwegian here and Turkish here. So this is a very good way for pupils, of course, to explore vocabulary, right? To learn vocabulary, because they have the visual, they have the images that they draw, and also they have the different languages that they draw on. But another thing here is that when we look at the size, we see maybe the pupils are showing how important these languages are to them. Implicitly, they do that. And this is also at the same time a way for teachers to get an insight into how important those languages are. Yes, and these are some more examples here. So basically on the right-hand side, we have Albanian and Norwegian. So grandmother was sick or ill, and then we have the wolf, and then we have the cake and the trees and the flower. So yes, I like that example a lot. And then the same student also produced a comic strip here. So basically the students who had a Norwegian background were basically producing comic strips with English and Norwegian basically. And a downside that the teacher mentioned was that the pupils with a Norwegian background were less engaged in the activity. And I think what I forgot to mention was that the pupils with a minority background also said the words in their languages out loud, and the class repeated with them. So I also liked that idea a lot, and I think it also leads to co-learning, right? And of course, in a way, at a smaller scale, what it's like to be part of a multilingual society at the end of the day. And again, this is from my students who chose to show or to represent the Billy Goat's Gruff fairy tale here. And they used the sizes from Starbucks to give names to the goats, and also the different languages that they chose for what the goat says. So in Mandarin, Japanese, and Indonesian. Right, I won't go through all of these, but basically what the fairy tale posters activity does is that it empowers learners, because then they're allowed to become experts by using their languages on the poster. So teaching the teacher a new language by using it in their posters. And some of these I've already mentioned. Also, what the teacher noted was that she was surprised to see how advanced the literacy skills of the pupils were in home languages. So in the languages that they knew and that were not part of the instruction. Right, so that's something I already mentioned, that learners who only had Norwegian were less engaged with the activity. And of course, this is something that needs to be worked with over time so that we can adapt such activities further and also see the results over time, right? So that it's not possible to kind of draw conclusions only after one time using such activities. And then I want to move on to multilingual poetry. So basically, teacher 2 asked the students to use Norwegian rhyming couplets to make their own poems, and then they could switch to the different languages in their repertoires. So for example, here we have a rhyming couplet that was interpreted by the student in 3 languages: Norwegian, Danish, and English. So in English, it would be so weird to be a spider with yarn in its own body and spin all day, but how can it hide so many miles of thread in such a little belly? It doesn't really rhyme in English because I'm not a good poet, but you can see here how the pupil marked the languages visually, and also basically represented her identity by using the languages in her repertoire. And what they did was that the pupils read their poems out loud, and they also reflected on how the rhythm changes in the different languages. But this was not the only option that the pupils had. So they could take a rhyming couplet in Norwegian and then switch to different languages they wanted, but they could also create their own poems, like freely, like this one, which used, where I got inspired for the title. So that's basically English and Norwegian. And also another possibility was to completely translate a Norwegian rhyming couplet or short poem into their own language. And what happened here, the student translated to Amharic. And here you can see this is not the Amharic script. So it's actually transliteration. And I think the fact that the teacher allowed for this is very important because it leads to the transfer of oral skills into literacy skills, right? There we have the possibility for the student to develop the writing skills in her home language in this case, and then possibly transfer this on to learning to write in Norwegian and English and so on. So basically, yes, this is exactly what I've just said. So the literacy transfer that happens here and the development of writing skills is a benefit. But also another important point is that this kind of activity validates minority languages as languages for writing, that they are important, they are valid, they are equally valid to be used as or in writing, right? In written texts, they have the same status as Christian was saying earlier. Even when literacy skills are not fully developed, right? Even when the students transliterate. And then, of course, allows learners to play with language and artistic forms. And also another important point is when we have the Norwegian poems as a starting point, it actually allows teachers to understand what's going on even when they don't know all the languages, right? And importantly, teacher 2 noted that a learner who had previously participated very little in class was very enthusiastic to read his own poem for the class. So this means that, of course, when we activate these languages, the students become more active, more enthusiastic. So basically in this project, the cultural expressions employed provided minority language students with a sense of pride and accomplishment concerning their linguistic and cultural heritage. It validated their identities in the classroom, and it fostered meta-linguistic awareness and language learning, and also facilitated co-learning both within and beyond classroom walls. Right, I think that's basically it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delia. There is some time for questions. Yeah, since you started later than you were supposed to. Time for a couple of questions or comments, if anyone has one or two. Yes, you should bring the mobile microphone. Where is that? It's not okay, it's part of the interpreter.
It's coming.
Run back. It's a marathon.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting. I would have one question concerning the Norwegian students. Do you have maybe an idea how to make them more motivated with this kind of activities? So for the Norwegian pupils that has a Norwegian background also.
Yeah, I think don't think I've said that explicitly on the slide with multilingual dictionaries. If maybe you can show that again. The teachers also included dialects. So basically different dialects of Norwegian, for example. And of course, it could be more specific. Like, for example, there is this kind of youth language in East, especially used in East Oslo, and that's kebabnorsk, that's what it's called. So that could be one option included.
He's asking which slide you want. Going back?
Back? Yeah, the one with multilingual dictionaries.
Back.
There you go. Yeah.
Next.
Next. Yes. Right. So the last column here It's basically, well, more small, that's mother tongue in Norwegian, but then they could also use dialect or synonym. So another option would be dialects, and even being more specific, like which dialect. And also synonym could be, for example, a word that is formal or less formal, so different registers. So this is, I think, one practical way of including all pupils in the classroom. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be equally engaged. So yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
I was wondering, you said you had a group of 12 teachers and only 2 at the end.
11, yeah.
11,
yeah,
and
that's
then
right.
only 2, but because it was too long, the program was too long, that's why they didn't want to.
It was over a year, basically, yeah, and the teachers, that's what they said. It was basically because of the pandemic that they felt there was too much to do. So yeah, they were just basically not able to participate fully. Like they participated, for example, in the lectures, but they didn't deliver reports, right? So they participated to some extent, but they were not included in the project, like in my study, because I didn't have the data. So yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. Let's move on to the next presentation, which is entitled Invisible Cities Online by Michela Vianelli, Coop Italiana, Livorno.
Allora, buongiorno, scusate, il mio inglese non è perfetto, quindi parlo in italiano. Allora, buongiorno, intanto io sono Michela di Cooperativa Itinera di Livorno, che è un'impresa sociale che opera dal 96 sul territorio. È un'impresa al femminile che diciamo si occupa di servizi culturali in generale. È un'impresa appunto nata nel 96 che nel tempo si è diciamo specializzata in alcuni ambiti di intervento, tra cui servizi bibliotecari, quindi si intende servizi di front office, ricerca documentaria, archivistica, catalogazione, servizi museali, quindi attività all'interno dei musei di tutti i tipi, quindi servizio accoglienza, visita guidata, attività educative. La didattica, che è l'attività principale della cooperativa, quella con cui si è costruita nel tempo, e la progettazione culturale, che è diciamo uno dei settori in sviluppo in questi ultimi anni, grazie anche alle opportunità a livello europeo di bandi, iniziative, quindi rivolte anche ai giovani, quindi che noi cerchiamo di cogliere. Servizi turistici, tra cui il tour dei canali in battello, che dovrebbe essere in programma oggi, servizi appunto di carattere turistico per far conoscere in particolare il territorio di Livorno, ma non solo. Noi lavoriamo a livello toscano prevalentemente. La didattica è l'attività che appunto ci ha visto così costruire un po' nel tempo la nostra impresa. Abbiamo un tipo di attività diversificata, quindi che tocca argomenti diversi. Diciamo che comunque gli elementi trasversali alle nostre proposte sono proprio alcuni che ricorrono spesso appunto nelle nostre proposte educative. Quindi cerchiamo di non fare una didattica fatta di semplici nozioni, ma esperienziale, quindi molto pratica e interattiva, inclusiva, nel senso che cerchiamo attraverso l'attività pratica di rendere tutti partecipi, quindi anche bambini, quindi classi multiculturali, per esempio, questo abbiamo bisogno di rispondere in questo modo, e quindi cerchiamo di coinvolgerli sempre molto praticamente. Cerchiamo di diciamo, favorire l'active learning, quindi l'apprendimento attivo, in modo che i bambini possano rielaborare quanto hanno appreso durante le nostre attività. Rielaborare nel senso che sono chiamati poi a, diciamo, raccontarlo da protagonisti. Quindi l'idea alla base della nostra attività è learning by doing, quindi un'esperienza pratica che rimane nel tempo, nella loro esperienza educativa. Quindi cerchiamo sempre di abbinare a un'attività teorica un'attività pratica laboratoriale di diverso tipo. Cerchiamo di mettere insieme esperienze multidisciplinari, quindi che toccano competenze diverse, l'arte, la matematica, la storia, quindi argomenti che apparentemente sono lontani, nelle nostre attività vengono comunque in qualche modo resi tutti protagonisti, proprio perché i bambini sono al centro della nostra attività. Per presentare le nostre proposte, che poi andremo a definire meglio, partiamo sempre da un coinvolgimento degli insegnanti. Gli insegnanti sono sempre resi consapevoli degli interventi didattici che noi realizziamo con le classi. Quindi organizziamo educational all'interno dei musei o delle biblioteche che gestiamo, in modo da poter dare una serie di strumenti che gli insegnanti possono anche gestire in autonomia, al di là del nostro intervento specifico. Quindi l'educatore di aula, l'insegnante, per noi è importante perché ci aiuta a entrare in sinergia e in contatto con il gruppo classe. Qui vedete appunto un'attività dimostrativa, diciamo, sull'attività della biblioteca. Gestiamo una biblioteca di libri molto antichi qui a Livorno, per cui proponiamo anche manoscritti, e quindi c'è proprio il fascino di conoscere dei libri appunto che i bambini non hanno avuto modo magari di conoscere direttamente. I percorsi educativi ruotano intorno a 3 ambiti prevalentemente: l'animazione alla lettura, la didattica museale, quindi per didattica museale intendiamo attività dentro musei d'arte, ma non solo, anche musei scientifici come il Museo d'Arte, come il Museo di Storia Naturale dove siamo adesso, nel quale portiamo la nostra collaborazione. Educazione al territorio è l'altro ambito, la storia e cultura della città prevalentemente è un'attività di orientamento proprio per valorizzare la capacità di muoversi in autonomia dei bambini nel proprio territorio di riferimento. Qui vedete un catalogo, si chiama l'Isola del Tesoro, appunto, che è il catalogo dell'offerta educativa che noi presentiamo ogni anno alle scuole, e un esempio di attività che è l'attività dedicata al kamishibai, dove attraverso questo piccolo teatro di legno, diciamo, facciamo scorrere le storie e poi sono i bambini a doverle realizzare loro, e quindi loro stessi costruiscono la loro storia che devono rappresentare ai loro compagni. Anche nelle attività della biblioteca cerchiamo di ovviamente presentare temi molto attuali, quindi quest'anno ci apprestiamo a realizzare delle attività educative sulla lettura dedicate al tema dell'identità di genere, alla famiglia, appunto all'inclusione, quindi alla multiculturalità. Ad esempio cerchiamo di prendere esempi di fiabe che sono state raccontate da tutti i paesi del mondo in qualche modo, proprio per cogliere quelli che sono i valori che non sono gli stessi da un luogo a un altro. Quindi i bambini imparano a confrontarsi con culture molto diverse dalla propria. L'attività all'interno del musei d'arte è una delle attività principali della cooperativa. In questo caso vedete una mostra che era tanto attesa a Livorno, una mostra dedicata a Modigliani. È stata un'esperienza molto significativa per la nostra città. Le scuole hanno partecipato attivamente ai nostri percorsi e anche in questo caso hanno lasciato un segno della loro visita, quindi ognuna ha realizzato qualcosa per raccontare la sua visione della mostra. All'interno dei percorsi d'arte cerchiamo sempre di utilizzare la lettura ad alta voce come strumento di in qualche modo di commento anche alle opere d'arte. Abbiamo verificato che durante i percorsi in visita all'interno dei musei dove sono quadri esposti, sculture, la lettura ad alta voce di fronte alle opere crea un clima, un senso di appartenenza che in qualche modo favorisce l'attività educativa. Quindi una delle nostre caratteristiche è quella di valorizzare proprio questo tema della combinazione arte-lettura. E questo è un esempio di attività che abbiamo fatto all'interno della fondazione di Livorno che raccoglie opere di grande valore, dove i bambini, proprio per lavorare in gruppo, imparare a socializzare, realizzano un'opera collettiva, non individuale, ma collettiva, dove ognuno realizza un pezzo dell'opera. In questo caso l'esperienza che qui è rappresentata è una mostra che si chiama Magazzini Generali, era una mostra fatta qualche mese fa, e molto originale, nel senso che sono stati tirati fuori dai magazzini di Livorno alcune opere che erano un po' dimenticate, però di grande prestigio, e sono state riportate e quindi restituite al pubblico. E in questa mostra che abbiamo organizzato abbiamo dedicato un percorso proprio per i bambini. Vedete, il bambino indica una parte diciamo, del pannello in cui si rivolge proprio a lui. E Mister Museo è la mascotte che durante tutta la mostra accompagna i bambini nella scoperta delle opere. Nelle sale i bambini trovavano delle scatole che vedete dietro la guida, all'interno delle quali si nascondevano degli oggetti in tema con i quadri esposti. Questo creava una grandissima curiosità e quindi in alcuni punti ci si soffermava per fare un'attività sul posto, proprio andando a scoprire oggetti, cose legate ai quadri rappresentati. Proprio perché i musei, riteniamo, le mostre che vengono allestite, non possono più dimenticarsi di avere un percorso dedicato esclusivamente ai più piccoli. Queste sono alcune delle attività dedicate all'archeologia, qui fatte al museo, tra l'altro, e sempre esperienze pratiche, qui proprio si sperimenta il mestiere dell'archeologo. Quindi pezzi che vengono assemblati insieme proprio nella scoperta, nel piacere di utilizzare gli strumenti e le modalità di lavoro di un vero archeologo. Queste sono sempre attività svolte qui all'interno del Museo di Storia Naturale, quindi in questo caso, anche in questo caso si parte da una lettura ad alta voce che in questo caso il nostro operatore realizza a tema con la sala del mare e con quello quindi che i bambini vedono allestito intorno a loro. Questo per, diciamo, il terzo settore di attività educative è quello dedicato alla scoperta della città. Le città invisibili sono una collana di 6 numeri dedicati alla storia di Livorno dalle origini ai giorni nostri, al Novecento. Che cos'è? È un prodotto editoriale che noi abbiamo costruito insieme alle classi per ricostruire le nostre origini del territorio. Quindi vengono realizzate, queste guide sono state costruite attraverso visite sul territorio, attività di ricerca documentaria, quindi in questo caso vedete rappresentata la città di Livorno nel Cinquecento, anzi prima del Cinquecento perché siamo ancora al borgo pisano, e quindi è una delle tante piante antiche che facciamo vedere ai bambini. E città invisibili perché? Perché diciamo che i bambini devono studiare, osservare, imparare a vedere quello che gli sta intorno, perché devono riuscire in qualche modo a rendere visibile quello che a un primo impatto può sembrare invisibile. Spesso la mano dell'uomo ha compromesso le nostre città, a volte anche eventi, diciamo, come la guerra a Livorno che ha colpito moltissimo, però in qualche modo i bambini devono riscoprire la loro storia. E quindi le guide, le città invisibili, sono un modo per accompagnare bambini che accompagnano altri bambini come loro, con un linguaggio adeguato a loro, cercando di accompagnarli nella scoperta del territorio. C'è una narrazione iniziale che diciamo è una sorta di racconto fittizio che sta alla base del periodo storico che viene scelto, e poi queste guide sono tutte costruite allo stesso modo, quindi hanno una parte di storia diciamo del periodo di riferimento, hanno degli approfondimenti sui monumenti e hanno anche un vocabolario finale, una sorta di glossario per imparare nuovi termini. Queste sono le 6 guide, le città invisibili appunto che vi dicevo, Viaggio a Livorno alle origini, La città tra 5 e 600, Viaggio a Livorno nel 700, Livorno nell'800, nel primo Novecento e nel dopoguerra. Sono piccoli libri di circa 20 pagine. Questo è un esempio di come sono strutturate all'interno. Quindi i bambini cosa hanno fatto? Insieme ai nostri operatori hanno scelto un periodo storico e hanno deciso di indicarlo sulla mappa cercando di mettere in evidenza i luoghi di interesse. Quindi è un percorso consigliato con una durata, una serie di tappe di interesse storico, punto d'arrivo e punto di partenza. Questa è la parte che vi dicevo, al termine di questa pubblicazione c'è sempre un piccolo dizionario con le parole che si imparano nuove e la toponomastica, cioè la scoperta di perché le strade si chiamano in quel modo e non in un altro, in che modo sono legate alla nostra storia. Le città invisibili sono un prodotto che ormai da tanti anni che noi diciamo diffondiamo nelle scuole, quindi attraverso attività che noi poi gestiamo di orientamento. Grazie però ad un bando dello scorso anno, del 2021, Itinera, in collaborazione con l'associazione Robocode, ha presentato un progetto per, diciamo, riadattare questi testi ad un linguaggio più contemporaneo, e soprattutto per trasformare quei contenuti in una modalità più adeguata ai tempi. E quindi abbiamo realizzato questo progetto che si chiama Livorno Digital Experience, quindi le città invisibili online, che non sono altro che una traduzione di quei contenuti in una forma digitale. Quindi abbiamo utilizzato il programma Minecraft per creare un percorso giocato in cui i bambini possono lavorare insieme e scoprire la città attraverso il gioco. Questo i miei colleghi di Robocode poi spiegheranno meglio il loro lavoro a seguire il mio intervento. Quello che ci tenevo a dire è che questa trasformazione ha sicuramente reso l'attività di conoscenza della città molto più inclusiva. Nelle nostre attività di aula in cui si gioca con Minecraft, con questo programma, bambini anche con difficoltà che hanno un sostegno in aula, riescono comunque ad essere partecipi, si collaborano con i compagni e diventa quindi il gioco il modo per essere molto più uniti tra di loro e quindi in qualche modo rendere l'esperienza più inclusiva. Grazie.
Thank you. We don't actually have any time. We are over time, but there's supposed to be a short break now before the next speaker because of some technical stuff. So we'll have a break until 4 o'clock, 6 minutes break. And at 4 o'clock, the last presenter, Gloria Zanichelli from Robocode, not Robocop, will be presenting. Yeah. 6 minutes break.